But after some digging, I finally found out the identity of who Chesley's long-term boyfriend was. Her long-term boyfriend was Peyton Barker. He was a person that she met at the age of 14 years old. They started actually getting into a romantic relationship in 2017, and they broke up August 2019. So you actually can look him up on Facebook. He still has at least 2 photos of him and Chesley. I have very terrible technology, but I will show you at least what I have on Facebook of him. This is Chesley's long-term boyfriend, Peyton Barker. They, again, like I said, they dated 2 years before they broke up in August of 2019. I told you my theory. I really believe when she won Miss USA, the exhaustion and the the long distance relationship when she moved from North Carolina to New York, and resumed her busy schedule and traveling and things like that. I think that was a wear and tear on the relationship. There is a source out there, which I never watched, but there are some people that say that he cheated on her. I have no clue if that was true or not. But let's just go into it. You guys can actually search for this gentleman on Facebook. Just type in his name, Peyton Barker. But let's go through some of his photos. Some facts about him. He went to the University of Southern Carolina. He has an MBA from Louisiana State. He works for a company called SAI Global Company. He works in sales. He actually has a LinkedIn page if you want to look at his LinkedIn page, and we'll look at that a little later. But let's just go into some of his photos because he hasn't deleted the photos of himself and Chesley. So here is one of the photos of him and Chesley. Let's go into some of the comments to kind of see what people would say about them. So here are some of the comments from their posts when they were together. You can see this is back May 20th of 2018. This photo was taken. Oh, sorry guys. That's April Simpkins, Chesley's beautiful mother. Oh man. Okay, so there's April Simpkins, Chesley's mother. She said, just too cute, my favorite couple. Some of the friends love it, such a beautiful couple. They were definitely a power couple. Like I said to you guys before in my other video, this was someone that Chesley, I believe, this is my theory, that she saw as someone she was going to marry. That's why I believe one of my theories was, the failed relationships could have, something to do with, and you'll have to go to my video. I break it down with what I think had to do with, that failed relationship. But I really believe she really loved Peyton Barker. She was someone she was really, really close to. She'd known him since she was 14 years old, you guys. And then they got together in 2017. They were together for 2 years. And this was someone I believe she expected to marry. So she was deeply crushed when they broke up in 2019. And I believe there's some sources out there saying he cheated. My theory is that when she moved to New York, that put a strain on the relationship. As you guys are aware, long distance relationships can truly break down a relationship, and her schedule was extremely overbooked with traveling all over the United States. There was no way they could maintain a healthy relationship, in my opinion. I believe she was so devastated by this. I don't think she really truly dealt with the heartbreak, because she talks about in another discussion in 2000, I believe it was 2019, 2020, with Mike Johnson, who I believe she dated shortly thereafter. She spoke about how devastated and heartbroken she was, but she just buried herself in her schedule and started doing a lot of scheduling and stuff like that. So let's go to the comments. The comments really give us some context about the relationship, and it confirms, the relationship they had. So, there's Chesley there. Chesley's comment there 3 years ago. She says, she has the heart emojis and she says, love you. And then Gary Simpkins, which is her dad. And he's like, aw. So I did want to correct, they do appear to have had a relationship, Chesley with her dad. It's interesting how she had no photos of her dad on her Instagram, But if you go to her sister's page on Instagram, there is, I think, the very recent kind of snippet of when the family, the siblings went to go visit Chesley in New York. The father was there with them. He was there, so they had some type of relationship. David Simpkins is also one of Chesley's relatives on her father's, or sorry, I did that all wrong. The Simpkins is the current family, so that's the in-laws, sorry, the step parents. So that's the husband, sorry, the current husband. Sorry guys, it's been a long day. So Gary Simpkins is the current husband. Tessa Simpkins again is on the marriage side, not on the biological side. But I did want to say that if you go to the sister's Instagram, there is a short clip of when the siblings went to go visit Chesley in New York, and the actual biological father was in that clip. So it does look like they had some type of relationship. Not sure if they were close, because what I noticed on Chesley's page on her Instagram, she has no pictures of him, even on monumental dates such as her graduation from law school. She had not one picture with her biological dad. That was very interesting. So, and then, so I just felt maybe there was some type of divide between her and her biological dad. She had a relationship, but I'm not sure how close that relationship was. But anyway, sorry guys, I got off topic. So you can see Gary Simpkins, that's on the marriage side with April Simpkins. And let's see, there's other people commenting, so you can just see that she definitely loved this gentleman. He still kept these photos up too. There is another photo I wanted to show you guys. It's still up here. So when she won Miss USA, there he was again. He went to the, he actually went to the competition to see his beautiful love win and compete for Miss USA. There he is next to Chesley at the Miss USA competition. Sorry guys, I'm terrible at technology, so this is the best. You guys can actually look this up yourself by just typing his name in, so you have actual access. Unfortunately, his page is private, but you can at least look at this stuff. That is actually public. So you can see some people commenting, congrats, Chesley and Peyton, well deserved. It's cute. They have one on here that says Mr. USA on the right, and then he actually comments here. Let's see what he says. He says, hope all is well. It is. And then let's see. Oh, look, Captain America, congrats to you and Chesley. And, you know, of course he's proud. Who would not be proud of being with Miss USA? Come on. So he's excited that his girlfriend has won. So yeah, let's see. I thought guess that comment is not here. So you can definitely see that for sure this was the long-term boyfriend that she was with from 2017 to 2019 of August. Here he is, very handsome guy. He is quite tall. Actually, if you saw that picture that we went over, he's actually taller than Chesley. But there they are again. I think this was the one where I saw the other comments. But you can see that he's definitely taller than Chesley. And Chesley, I think, I don't know, was she 5'6", I think she was? Or you guys can tell me in the chat. So they give some comments, such a beautiful couple. A lot of them thought they were a power couple too. There's April. So April, just from looking at these comments, you can infer that she really did like Peyton for her daughter. She really liked him. Even look at her hashtag, my favorite couple. Like, so she really liked him. And of course you would think so, because her daughter knew him since she was 14 years old. That's like every girl's, well, every parent's dream to know the person that your child's with for that long amount of years. And you know how Southern culture is. They're very family oriented and, you know, very all about supportive of marriage. Definitely marriage. You hear the Southern Belle, stuff like that. She was a Southern Belle. So if you guys know the Southern culture, her hair is amazing. Of course it was. Classic case of invading your coverage. Cutest couple ever. So many people supported their relationship. That's why this really did. Magazine material, very special couple. She is stunning, stuff like that. So, you know, he was very proud to have her, of course, and he never did delete these photos. So, you know, he took it hard as well. If you guys know about the allegation, the cheating allegation, I have no knowledge of that. So I'm just sticking with my theory for why I believe they broke up. But just wanted to do a short video on that. We can also take a quick look I don't have LinkedIn, so we're just gonna have to do with what I have here. You guys can actually sign into your LinkedIn if you want, but here's his LinkedIn. He did enterprise sales. He was an enterprise sales director. He still is actually enterprise sales director at SAI Global in Charlotte, North Carolina. So you know that long distance relationship, you guys, can really do a strain on a relationship. So he was a director in enterprise and sales in 2020 and present. He has a master's, an MBA, just like Chesley. He has an MBA from Louisiana State. So this was a power couple, you guys. And this would have been Chesley's dream to marry someone from, North Carolina. They have those Southern values, family values, and they're career oriented. So just wanted to come on here. It's going to be very, very short video, but wanted to share that with you guys so you guys can actually go on and learn about this, gentleman that she was with for the 2 years. A lot of individuals continue in the comments to push the agenda that she was struggling with her sexuality. She wasn't. She was, into men. She did date other men. She had issues with some of the men that she dated, unfortunately. And if you go on her TikTok, she talks about some of the, like briefly, she makes jokes about them, about some of the guys that she dated and the cultural differences that she had with some of the guys. And I do think she dated Mike Johnson. I hope you guys have had a chance to look at his tribute to her on Instagram and make the judgment for yourself. But if you look at the Instagram tribute he has a lot of kind of, in my opinion, flirtatious. The way she smiles at him, and they're wearing all the bikinis on the beach a lot. That looked like they had some type of romantic relationship. You could just, an outside person looking in. So definitely she was. Some people in the comments got offended when I said, basically debunked the rumor that she wasn't lesbian. I have nothing against lesbians. I have friends that are in the LGBTQ community. Just because I'm speaking a fact and a truth about a person does not mean I'm against certain sexualities. I don't know where people get these things from and push things out of context, but it's unacceptable. There's people in there saying really rude things. This is a tough situation for all of us, and I'm mourning the loss of Chesley. A lot of people are. So to come on comments and bully people who are just trying to give out information and try to come to terms with this tragedy is not right. So if you're doing that, I'm going to be deleting posts that are just insensitive to this tragedy. I just wanted to come here to talk about the truth. That's all I wanted, is the truth to come out, because Chesley can't give that truth. And she was a woman that loved men. It's just she struggled with that situation, and she was not really open about sharing her relationships. And why should she? Just because she doesn't want to share her romantic relationships online, it doesn't mean that we should create these false stories about people. It's just unacceptable. If you're gonna create an allegation, have a source, show us the links if you're gonna create something, but don't just pull it out of thin air and make these false lies about a person. So, and I have nothing against, like I said, I need to emphasize, I have nothing against LGBTQ. I have a lot of friends that are in LGBTQ, like people that I'm very close with, that I care for. I don't judge people for who they are. Even as a woman of God, I don't believe in judging people, period. I don't feel it is my place to say anything about any person. I just believe in loving everyone the way Jesus loved everyone. I believe in emulating the way Jesus was. And even though he may have said, sin not, turn away from your sin, he never bashed people. He never ridiculed people. He was always loving and kind. So I just want to encourage you guys to be kind. And let's see some comments, guys, to see. Cheating is unacceptable. Exactly, Ron. But we have no facts. Some people are saying that. I've been looking. I'm going to keep looking, you guys, to see if I can find the cheating allegation. But I haven't seen it. I mean, if a person is dating long distance, then you could, if, you can see and infer that there could be some cheating if they're long distance for a while. She's not going to be coming back home. I mean, it's reasonable to make that inference, but I don't have anything to really say that, so I'm not going to go with that agenda. But if I find something, I'm going to keep looking. I will bring it back to show you guys. Let's see. He had the most beautiful queen. He did. He was proud of her. Did you guys see those pictures? Definitely go tonight on his Facebook, and you guys have a nice look at his Facebook, because he has a lot of those pictures. They're public. So that's a good thing. We can see that April Simpkins was all on board. She loved him, so I'm pretty sure she was sad when they broke up. I mean, Southern families, as you guys know about Southern values, they're all about marriage and family. And Chesley growing up in that environment was all about that. So this relationship deeply hurt her. In some of my prior videos, I did attach a link to her discussion, her Instagram live with Mike Johnson. And it's a lot of the ones I attached are very long, so you got to be patient and watch through it. But if you are patient enough and determined enough to get information, in that particular interview, she talks briefly about the breakup in August and that how it really devastated her. And then she just said, the way I coped with it is I just, looked at my schedule and said, okay, what's the next thing I need to do? And that's not the way we deal with hurt, you guys. This woman was deeply, deeply suffering so bad. And these comments, you guys, I don't know if I should keep the comments up. You guys let me know if I should, because you guys, some of these people in here are so mean. I mean, like, I'm on here doing these lives not to be insensitive. I'm trying to come to the truth like everybody else. We're all hurt about this. Like, this is going to go down in history as the most devastating, in my opinion, self-conclusion I've ever seen, ever. Because, I mean, she was phenomenal. She impacted so many people, and then her future was just bright in so many ways. And all the things I talked about in the video, I truly believe had a significant impact on her, especially that overwork. That Allure article is going to give you a lot of the answers. It really will if you sit and study, and you will see that Allure article really foreshadowed this situation, and the situation with the broken relationships and stuff like that, this relationship and other relationships. And let's see, I wish you would have, I know, Purple Love. I wish he would have proposed. Okay, guys, I know this is probably negative and people might not agree with me. I honestly wish she didn't win Miss USA, because I feel like that really kind of like led to a lot of this stuff. She moved from her beautiful North Carolina, that Southern Belle culture environment where she has thrived all of her life, you guys, all the way from a birth. Well, she was in Chicago and then she moved to North Carolina, but from her childhood all the way to when she was 28 and relocated to New York. And then when she went to New York, she lost her 2-year boyfriend that I believe she would have married. They were a power couple, guys. It's hard enough as a Black female attorney to find someone on your level, on your caliber, and she found that, okay? And someone that she known since a child, as a teenager at age 14, someone that had the same educational level, MBA. You see that he's a director at his business, you guys. Like, he had it the same level, intelligence, everything like her. So this was someone she was going to marry. And those type of people in our caliber as attorneys, it's hard to come across that. So when you find that, you want to latch onto that and hold on to that. So this was not something easy for Cheslie to get over. And I'm pretty sure she talks about it in her TikTok. She doesn't talk a lot about it, so go to her TikTok, but she talks about a lot of weird, bad experiences she'd had dating guys after that. And, that could wear and tear emotionally on people. Who knows if she didn't get back in contact with him and he said something and it just pushed her over the edge, and all the other things. Because I keep emphasizing there were a laundry list of things that led to this. The two top things I believe was the age in correlation with the entertainment Hollywood industry and the pressures associated with that, and the overload of her schedule. And I told you that red flag with the 8 days in the hospital, and she never dealt with it. She never resolved the issue, even all the way up till 48 hours before, when she was loaded with a whole full week. But let's see what else you guys have to say. Her celebration of life was very beautiful. It was. I wish that the relatives, like the brothers, the siblings, and the mother spoke, but I was really hoping that maybe the brothers and the sisters would come up. I didn't see the dad come up, so I was really hoping to hear something from them, but maybe they're still processing and it was just too painful for them to speak at all. Don't let this PC talk get to you. This is about Chesley. You are doing. Thank you, Benjamin. It is starting to get to me, and there's people on here saying mean stuff like bullying, and I'm like, see, this is why people do what they do. You're on somebody's page who's processing, deeply mourning. I don't know Chesley, but I'm deeply mourning her loss. She was someone I looked up to, and not only that, but I'm an empath. I care about everybody, you guys. I'm just gonna keep it real. If anybody dies, I'm probably gonna be praying for them or whatever. But Chesley is just somebody that, I actually looked up to. She was my favorite Miss USA from when she won because we had so much in common, and she was a lawyer, and it really inspired me as a pageant woman to see another attorney be in pageantry and utilize it as a way to make great change in our society and advocate for wonderful things. And I was like, wow, I can use, my legal degree in pageantry to do the same. So like I was following her as a role model. So this going on the comments, and I'm like, I don't know if I should keep the comments on, you guys, just or turn it off. But these people are mean. They're like starting to bully me, saying mean stuff about me. I'm like deleting comments. So if you don't see them on there, it's because I deleted it. Because I'm like, you guys, we're on here mourning the loss of someone who was bullied herself tremendously online, and you guys are coming on my page doing the same thing, and we're talking about what led to people that do that. And I'm like, people are so evil. I'm sorry, guys. I'm venting. Sorry, Benjamin. You put me, you brought me there, Benjamin. But thank you for your encouragement, Benjamin. I really appreciate that. I'm just trying to, create a little page for us to talk about this because I know a lot of you guys are hurting too and confused. And it just feels like we're not going to come to peace unless we do discuss it. We need to at least just discuss what we think. I mean, we may not even be right. Like, no one knows what she was going through. But I just think based on the facts, I'm just going with the facts of what she said. And I just think, I believe those reasons that I talked about in the video really had a lot to do with what was going on. And this particular gentleman, Peyton Barker, was someone she was deeply in love with. This was the one. This was the one that she was going to marry. And I don't know whether it was through the cheating that people were saying or the relationship strain from the long distance and the excessively busy schedule that led to that breakup, but she never dealt with that hurt either. She just said, "Oh, I'm just going to keep busy and continue with my busy schedule." And I'll attach that link again to this video so you guys have easy access to the discussion she had with Mike Johnson. It's a long video, so you have to listen to it for forever before you get to that part. But it's a really good, informative video, and I do encourage you to watch it because you'll get more context to how, it looked like she was really hurt by it, and she just buried herself away in her schedule. So let's see. He had the most, yeah, he did. Hello, hi, Purple Love. When I turn around, sounds good search. Yeah, what a turnaround. I know, Stefan, isn't it? Because we were all worried about actually the identity of him, and I just started looking more and more into it. Okay, let's see. Thank you for standing up for Chesley. Yeah, like I told you guys before, I used to be a criminal prosecutor. So that's probably why I'm doing these videos, because that's all I used to do as a criminal prosecutor was advocate for victims. And I always had a passion. And there's actually a scripture in Proverbs that I live by that before I became an attorney. And that was the whole purpose for me to become an attorney, to be a voice for the voices of that, usually those who can't speak for themselves, people that are have passed away or domestic violence victims. Those are people that I really care deeply for because they were too afraid to speak up against their abusers. And that's why her story means so much to me, because I'm going on line and I'm seeing all these lies, people making up stories, and they have no sources saying that she's a lesbian. One girl commented on one of my comments saying, well, just because she dated a man doesn't mean she didn't have, okay. If you're going to go with that, give me some sources. You have no evidence. You're just making this up because for I don't know what reason, just because you're trying to fill in a blank from a tragedy. And I get it that it's a tragedy, but it's not fair to someone who cannot speak for themselves to lie. Chesley's not that type of person. I'm telling you, if she was a lesbian or LGBTQ, she would have proudly advocated for lesbian rights or LGBT equality. That would have been her advocacy. There's a lot of queens that I know that are LGBTQ, and that is their platform for their pageant. They actually, talk about the inequalities that, the LGBTQ community faces. They talk about their experiences. I have a really close friend who is LGBTQ, and she proudly embraces her LGBTQ. She, and she advocates for it. Chesley is that type of person. She's very strong. She's very confident. I know people say, well, because she was religious, she wouldn't have done it. No, she would have spoke up. She would have talked about how, the church should embrace all of people. She would have, if that's what she was, she wouldn't have hid it. Chesley's not the type of person that's going to hide who she is. Just like she talked about being an African American woman and the injustices that Black women face very loudly, very boldly, and very proudly on her TikTok, unapologetically. And these are things that are very controversial that most attorneys don't talk about, and she was brave and bold enough to do it with her platform. And this is something that a lot of queens are kind of discouraged from doing, discussing political issues and inequalities. And she boldly did that with her title. So she's not the type of person that would have hid that at all. She was a straight woman that loved Peyton, Peyton Barker, that she had known for a very long time. And unfortunately, that didn't work out. And she had a brief, I believe, romantic relationship with Mike Johnson. That didn't work out. And she dated a lot of guys, and she was having awful experiences, which is understandable as a woman who is a highly achieved woman. It is very difficult. And an African American woman, you got to combine the two. And it's very hard to find a power couple spouse. And I really don't think she got over the breakup with Peyton. That love was strong. I mean, go to the page, and the family was on board. We had Gary Simpkins in the comments. We had all, the Simpkins on board. They were all on board for this to be that next married couple. And something, broke that down, and Chesley never dealt with that hurt. She just buried it away. So it was this long list, including the failed relationships, that just was too much for Chesley to handle. Chesley is the type of person, she is a highly sensitive personality. So she does absorb a lot of things deeply on a deeper level. Plus you combine that with a type A high achiever, overwork, not balancing. We do see a lot of our overachievers are highly, and then someone talked about this in the chat about people who are overachievers and career oriented. A lot of them do suffer from mental illness, and some of them have bipolar. There's about people who are bipolar, they have that mania phase where they just feel they're invincible, and they just load themselves up with all these crazy excessive things in their schedule, and then they just have this breakdown. They go through these different phases. I'm not saying Chesley was bipolar, I have no idea, but I'm just saying a lot of people who have those high acclimates and high achievements, they do have some of those type of behaviors that we were seeing Chesley doing, with loading herself up with these excessively crazy schedules. I remember watching her, one of the videos, she just takes us through a day of her schedule, wakes up at 4 p.m. and goes through her schedule. And I was exhausted. I was like, I could not do that. And this was before this incident happened. I actually just, was watching her a couple years ago, and she just took us on a day with her schedule. And I'm an attorney, and I have a crazy schedule, but I know how to balance it out. But anyways, I'm not going to get up at no 4 o'clock. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. I love you, Chesley, but girl, you're not going to have me getting up at 4 o'clock and then going to the gym. I go in the afternoon or the evening. But anyways, I watched her video, and I was exhausted. I was like, I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. That looks too much, too stressful. And then now you're traveling all over the place. She lost the love of her life, away from her family. It was just, wow. Okay, let's talk about her on her date. Okay, I don't know about her date. No, people should be respectful. Has he spoken about her since she passed? No. I think he's feeling a lot of pain too. I didn't even see him. I don't know if he probably went to the homecoming, but I haven't heard much from him. He hasn't said anything. I've looked at his Facebook, and there's no comments about it. I think he's taking it hard too. I mean, this is somebody he grew up with. So it's not just a relationship. This is a childhood friend as well. So he hasn't said anything. So that says a lot. I mean, and maybe he did, but his Facebook is private. So the only things I can really see is the stuff he released publicly. So I have no idea. Maybe he will speak later though. So I'll keep watching his Facebook, but you guys can too now. Let's see. I think bullies are sensitive. So probably no one should be. The weirdest things set people off because social media gives people a wall to hide behind. Yeah, I guess you're right. Bullies are sensitive, but I just don't get why people do that. Proverbs 30. Okay, that's a good one. You do what you must do for your mental health. If you have to delete, then delete. You're helping me because her self-conclusion bothered me. I know, Benjamin. Man, Benjamin. Even though, and the thing is, I don't know about you guys. I can only speak for myself. But since I've been doing this and really looking into it and praying and really asking God to show me, you know, what was Chesley going through, I feel like I've been healing and understanding her. And I feel like I've been really like getting healing each day that I'm doing this. I'm so thankful that I started doing this, because before it was tormenting me at night. I was just like, why this girl do this? I just can't believe it. And I just said, I need to find out, because just like Benjamin, you're saying, it was really hard. This one is difficult, more difficult to process. So it's been helping me too, Benjamin. And talking to you guys have really been helping, because you guys are giving me insight, and I'm, you know, we're going back and forth, and it feels like it's kind of like a way for us to both, all of us, to kind of heal all together, which the memorial could have give a little more. I know, Stefan, that's what I was saying. I really was looking forward to hearing from the siblings, because I know, you know, and I know April Simpkins went up there and she gave a phenomenal speech. But did you guys notice in the speech she talks about the thing that we discussed, that when she was a little kid, Chesley used to defend her siblings whenever they got in trouble. She would, you know, step up and litigate the situation. So that was one of the reasons she said she wanted to be a lawyer. But as I mentioned, I do believe, you know, she did look up to her stepdad. She was actually close with Mr. Simpkins a lot. And I do believe she also was motivated to become a lawyer because of him as well. I believe it was a double reason there. She never spoke about that, but I do believe that was an influence, because as you guys know, her history of emulating her parents, pretty much everything that April was, she was. They were twins basically in their whole life. All their acclimates are the same, except for, you know, Chesley's an attorney like her stepdad. Because people are mean and hiding behind social media, and Chesley not being able to defend herself is another cowardly move. I know, BJ. That's why I feel like I'm just trying to speak up for Chesley. Like, she can't speak from the grave. So I'm like, I want to speak up for her. Like, if she was LGBTQ, I would tell you guys. I looked and digged. She's not. She is a straight woman who loved, you know, Peyton Barker. That was the one that she was going to probably marry, and it didn't work out. And then she started dating, I believe, Mike Johnson, and that just was a very short, kind of fizzled romance that just didn't come to any type of development. That's what I believe, and that's something I don't have an actual confirmation, but I'm telling you guys, if you guys, and I'll actually attach that Instagram post. You can go look up Mike Johnson. He's a public guy on Instagram, but I'll attach it to this video, so if it's clicked, you can click on it. But just take a look at those pictures yourself. Look, there's also some video clips, and then read his dedication or goodbye letter to Chesley. And you guys tell me, come back to the comments and tell me what you think. If you guys think from looking at that, they possibly had a romantic relationship. I think they did, but I want to hear what you guys think so that we can kind of figure this out together. But I think that they had some type of romantic relationship, and it seemed like it was like a short thing, and it just fizzled out for whatever reason. Okay, let's see. We are living in the age of Antichrist. Humans are their worst. Yeah, they are. Dating is hard on a lot of women. Yes, it is, BJ. Especially women who are who are overachievers. It is so difficult. Ooh, guys. I just had a breakup. I'm telling you my personal business. It has nothing to do with Chesley. I just had a breakup with a guy recently because he kept obsessing about how much money I make because I'm an attorney. And I was so annoyed by that. Because I was like, we just barely started dating and you already trying to get into my finances. Like, red flag for me. You need to get to know me for me, not because find out what type of money or income. So I was already done. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I don't have much patience. Sadly, if you're highly attractive and been single or very private about your love life, people automatically assume you're gay. Exactly, Purple Love. But I just feel like in this sensitive situation, Purple Love, when someone cannot speak for themselves, I just don't feel it's fair. Like, if you have, like, anything that I've talked about, it's because I've had statements from Chesley or April or someone else, or I can back it up. I'm not going to go and just make it out of thin air and make an assumption for someone who cannot speak for themselves. It's just insensitive. And it's not right, because their parents are mourning, the family's mourning, and now they got to deal with someone lying on their child. Like, it's just not right. If she was LGBTQ, that's fine, but give us some sources. Everyone who's making this rumor up has not one source. They can't give us a link. They can't give us a name of someone they spoke to. They're just making it up, and it's not right. It's insensitive to someone who can't, you know, defend themselves. Let's see. Life can be very difficult, but Abba our stronghold or should be. And I get why people say that though about Chesley, because a lot of people think that, you know, the legal field is known to be a male dominant career. So a lot of times when people see female attorneys and they don't see you dating someone, they automatically assume you're a lesbian or you're the LGBT community. That's something that I just have seen a lot of in the legal field, is they always assume that, you know, because you're in the legal field and it's a male dominant community. So I can get why they were in making that inference. But again, if you don't have an actual fact, if you can't point to one thing to that why you believe that, then don't say stuff like that, especially to someone who cannot defend themselves. I mean, this is enough as a tragedy as it is. This woman has suffered so much. She's been bullied for many years after that's why I felt like I just told you guys earlier, I just feel like I wish that she didn't win Miss USA, because I just don't feel like that was the best thing for an introvert. Number one, I'm an introvert and I get anxiety when I get too many people giving me too much attention or too many comments or too many things. I just get, because I'm an introvert and it just too much. So now I'm thinking, I wonder if that's how Chesley felt with all those, you know, too much attention on her. But then the weird thing is she said she likes attention on her TikTok. So I don't know, maybe she's a different introvert than me, but I don't like a lot of attention. So I guess that's where we differ in terms of introvert. But maybe I think she's also a highly sensitive person. If you watch that Mike Johnson video with her and Mike Johnson, you can see how sensitive and soft and loving, and she just talks a lot about crying when she heard like some of the sad things Mike Johnson talked about. So that really made me keen in on that Chesley's a very highly sensitive person. So she took those comments and the horrible comments that people put online, she took that extremely hard than the average person. And I say that because there's a lot of queens that get those same horrible bullying comments, but it depends on the personality who receives that information. Some people are able, it's just, you know, it's like water on their back. It just slides off. You know, a lot of those queens that got that type of comments, the bullying, like there's one Miss USA who's in the military. I forgot her name, but she was a Miss USA prior to Chesley. She's in the military and she received a lot of bullying. She was an African-American woman and they were just calling her all kind of racial names. And it was awful. I remember that year too, because I looked at some of her posts and she went through it. She went through it. They were saying how ugly she was and they couldn't understand how they picked this ugly, you know, racial terms and stuff. But she has a very strong, dominant personality. So she's the type of woman that, yes, it hurt her, but she didn't really affect her. Chesley, on the other hand, she's not used to having all of this type of attention on her, like me, Miss USA. North Carolina, state titles, yeah, you get some type of attention, but now she has a national platform all over the United States, and then, you know, people in other countries also giving her that attention. She's getting all of this bullying. She's having all these people harass her because of her old age, allegedly. I mean, saying that 28 is old because she won at an old age. Allegedly, people are saying that. So for someone like Chesley, who is super sensitive, Chesley really took those comments to heart. I mean, I think that also contributed to her going into depression. Yeah, like I said, years. She wasn't just in depression at the time this happened. She had gone into depression even when she had won Miss USA. Like, because when people just started harassing her, it really, and you know when something is really deeply affecting someone when they talk about it. When someone is deeply hurt about something, they start talking about it. And on her Instagram, she talked a lot about being bullied. If you go to the Miss USA page on YouTube, she does a lot of lives with different queens and different things. And she talks a lot about the bullying, and you can tell she was hurt by it. That's why she talked about it, because she was hurt by it. The things that, if you want to know what was bothering Chesley, just watch her interviews. Everything that she talks about, it was bothering her. You know, the bullying was really, it cut her to the core. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she went, you know, she was at home crying at night because of the comments people said. And then, you know, people telling her to go out and do a self-conclusion. All these people online telling her, won't you go and, you know, and then she pins a post on TikTok with, you know, saying the social media trolls telling me to go and kill myself, and she runs off because she does different, you know, impersonates different people after she won the Miss USA. It's pinned on her TikTok. She has one where a troll says, you know, go and kill yourself. So it's like, these are things that the things that she discussed is things that she deeply hurt. She hurt. She didn't want to express that it hurt her, but if you watch the videos, you can tell it deeply bothered her. And she's very hypersensitive, very highly sensitive person, very intuitive person. So it deeply cut and hurt her. And now she lost, you know, the one we just talked about, Peyton Barker, someone that she believed that she was going to marry. And then after that, all these failed, you know, dating experiences and just awful experiences. And I guarantee you, when you have that one love, you guys, when you have that first love, I don't know if this was her first love because I don't know any prior relationships, but when you have that one love, you guys, I know you guys have all had that one person that you cannot seem to forget, that really you deeply loved so much. And even till this day, even some people who are married still think back to that one person that captivated their heart. And Peyton Barker was that person for Chesley. That was that one person that, you know, she never did forget. And the thing that made it worse for her was that she never dealt with the hurt. She never actually sat down, you know, and really dealt with it. She talks about it on the Mike Johnson interview, that she said she just buried herself into her next schedule. Oh, what do I need to do? And that year, it was so easy for her to do that because she was Miss USA. So she didn't have time to mourn or cry or really deal with the pain. She didn't have time really to sit and address it because she's traveling all over the United States doing all these speeches all day. And she's, you know, flying out to here to there and all these places. And she's doing back-to-back interviews. Because I went on YouTube and I saw some interviews that she did with different news stations on the same day. She actually had the same outfit on. So I knew that they did it in the same day, same hairstyle, same everything. So she went from one news station to the second news station all in one day. I mean, that's a lot. So she really, and then, you know, when you don't deal with something, it always resurfaces later on in other situations. So that kept, you know, coming back in her life with this gentleman. Let's see. I met her once. Oh, you did? I met her once in New York City. She was such a beautiful soul. My heart is truly broken. Rest in paradise, beautiful queen. Oh, you were so lucky to be able to meet her. I bet she was so sweet and full of love and kindness. Maybe you could share your experience or what, you know, what it was like to meet her. She was a Cancer rising, extremely sensitive. Oh, I know she was a Taurus though. Her because she was born April 28th. Isn't that a Taurus, you guys? I don't know. Tell me. Taurus are very bullheaded and very, like I told you, that's how Chesley was. She was very stubborn and stuck in her ways. And like, that's why I told you, if she was LGBTQ, you guys would know. I don't care people saying that because she was religious, she wouldn't have shared. She would have. Chesley would have shared that if that was what she was, because she would have promoted it and she would have advocated for it. And advocated for, you know, and talked about the injustices that plagued that particular group, because that would have been something near and dear to her heart. The things that she talked about were things that she was dealing with. She talked about mental health a lot. If you go on Miss USA's page on YouTube, there's tons of long interviews that she done with different queens, and even on the extra, she dealt with, you know, different celebrities about mental health, because that was something she was battling. She talked about, you know, the inequalities in the Black community, because that was something she was dealing with. She talked about dressing professional and how that helps advance in careers and promote in careers, because that was something near and dear to her heart. As an attorney, we're all about dressing as professionals and outer appearance. So that's what I told you. Things that really affect people is what they discuss. So you just have to go look at those interviews and you'll see what things that were hurting her. What was she going through? The Allure article tells you everything that she was dealing with in her mind. That gives us all the answers that we need. Workaholic. Yep, she was a workaholic for sure. Sure, she was a workaholic. I don't know if she went through a mania phase where she just, you know, felt she could just do all these things and just had a nervous breakdown. But that for sure was one of the factors. One of the main factors. Let's see if there's any more comments, and then we're going to close this one out. It's going to be very short. I'm just going to go over you guys' comments and then we'll be done with this. I'm sure her mom is glad to see you advocating for her. I don't really know. I don't know. All I know is I'm going to do everything I can to get the truth out, because these lies is not cool. Chesley deserves, you know, the truth of her story. She can't speak for herself anymore, you guys. It's sad. She can't advocate for herself. So, you know, it's only fair that if we're going to talk about her, we need to try to tell the truth. That's why, you know, if I find something that's inconsistent, or if I got a fact wrong, or if I interpreted something wrong, I always come back with a video to clarify, or let you guys know the truth, because sadly, Chesley is not here to tell her side of the story. So, I mean, it's only fair to her. Thank you for your input on her. She had a beautiful life, but she grew tired of this. She did. She did. She was mentally exhausted. We have all the answers we need through her interviews. I'm telling you guys, if you really look through all this and you want to know the truth, you'll get the truth. And if you look through my videos, I believe I shed the truth on a lot of stuff that happened, in my opinion. In my opinion, I feel that I'm getting closure because I believe I'm coming to the truth. I really do. I can just give a disclaimer that none of us were in her mind, but we can look at her words. Her words tell us everything. Her words, her videos, her TikToks, they tell us the whole story, guys. You guys just need to be willing to be open to hear the truth. And you can't be deceived by, the happy photos. And money does not buy happiness, you guys. Allegedly, from the source I told you guys in the video, I did a very short video yesterday about, they said she was making $300,000 a year. If that's true, money doesn't buy happiness. Possessions don't buy happiness, you guys. Fame does not buy happiness. There are so many celebrities that have contemplated suicide. There are so many celebrities, if you take the time, that I know I have even read about over the years, who've talked about being overworked in the entertainment industry to a mental exhaustion and having nervous breakdowns. For example, Mariah Carey had a nervous breakdown. You can go look her nervous breakdown up in social media. It's online somewhere, where she ended up in the hospital. I mean, look at, Wendy Williams and all these celebrities that end up having mental health issues in the hospitals, and people, these celebrities contemplating suicide, and everybody's thinking, oh, they have all this money and fame. That does not buy happiness. You have to find happiness within yourself. Before you start chasing, achievements and acclimates and money and clothes and all these things, work on your soul, work on your mind. Your mind is the most important part in who you are. Work on having happiness with just yourself. And once you find that sincere happiness just with you, without having external things, that's when you have found true joy. Joy is not in a relationship. Joy is not in career. Joy is when you are seeking joy externally from external things, you have not truly found joy yet. So that's why I feel like this is something we can really learn from this, is each of us to pray about this situation and learn to find happiness in ourselves, not in, I want you guys to all do homework. I want you guys to all sit down and write down, why are you happy? Like, if you're happy, I don't know if everybody's doing happy, I don't know what's going on in people's life, but if you're happy, write down the reasons why, what makes you happy. Write down what makes you happy. If everything that you write is external, then you need to do some reevaluation and assessment of yourself, because happiness starts with inside of you. That's where it starts. If you're looking for it on the outside, that's temporary, because if those things are all taken away from you, I mean, where's your happiness in that? So that's the thing. People are getting so confused. And then there was somebody on my comments that said this was so funny, because I know it's not true. That's why it was funny. They said I'm in the Illuminati and I am a plant from, the entertainment industry to deceive the world. I was like, you guys, that is a fool. I am nowhere near any entertainment, nothing. I'm just a plain person that has no, So that was funny. Like, people think I'm in some type of conspiracy theorist. And I mean, if that's the information that was out there and that was really what was going on, I would have researched it and found it. I would have told you guys. That's not what I found. This is not a conspiracy. This is not Illuminati. I do believe her involvement in the entertainment industry had a significant amount, because, like I said, she already had an issue with turning 30. Go to her TikTok. Go to the post, the date, April 28th. That was her birthday. On the video, she has all these roses and flowers and everything, but the caption was very disturbing. She says, you're only 30 once, and then she says, all downhill from there. And she did this little laughing, emojis. But remember what I told you guys in the other video? People joke about stuff sometimes that they really feel. That's the truth. I mean, sometimes they'll say a little joke. I'm like, oh, I'm just kidding. Be careful about those people. If you have somebody, you have a friend or somebody, and they're like, girl, your head is big. Oh, I'm just kidding. Be careful, because sometimes they actually mean what they're saying. So Chesley does that in her post. She does all down from here, he, emojis, but that's really what she felt. She felt like from 30 on, her life is going to spiral downhill. This woman was significantly depressed from the time she hit. I mean, she was already depressed before and had, dealing with mental health issues before this because of the overworking. And it just caused her to have that nervous breakdown, which led to the 8 days in the hospital, which was the huge red flag we talked about. But when she hit 30, it was like it added a pile on to what she was already dealing with. And it was very disturbing when I saw that, when she said downhill from there, because that was her perception of turning 30, and that her life was just going to spiral down. There was nothing more for her in her mind to live for, because she felt in her mind from here on, she's going to spiral down. She didn't want to turn 31 either. So when that new year hit, like I talked about in my other video, it was like she was done. She was ready to end it on the 30th, as I mentioned. And a lot of people don't agree with me on my theory that she chose the 30th for the symbolic meanings, but I believe that, and I'm standing true to what I feel and what I have inferred from her and her mindset and how she's highly analytical, knowing her character and her personality, her type A personality, and how she highly thinks about every single thing. I believe she did choose that day for that reason. And, I respect your decision to not agree with me, and that's fine, but that's my opinion. So it is what it is. Sensitive doesn't always mean victims. Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not saying she had a victim mentality. She didn't. It's just she took things to her heart. People who are highly sensitive do take things to their heart. I'm highly sensitive. I am. And some lady on here was like, you keep comparing yourself to Chesley. It's so sad. I'm not comparing. Okay. As an attorney, we're trained to use examples. Okay. We use examples to show, persuasive theories for why we believe the way we believe. If I had other examples to use, I would. The fact that I'm using me as an example just because I can identify with her, and I feel like I can identify with the things that she was feeling because I had some of the similar experiences that she had. If it was someone else that I could use it as an example, I would have done that. But because I feel like I've experienced some of the things that she's felt, I use that as an example to show what I feel happened, or to tell you what I believe my theory is. And when I say it's a theory, I'm not saying that this is a fact. This is just an opinion of what I'm saying. None of us know, and we will never know exactly what happened, but I'm just going with my theory of what I believe. So yes, I do think that, people who are highly sensitive don't come off as someone who has a victim's mentality, but as a highly sensitive person, I can say that we do take things to heart more than other people. It could affect us on a deeper level. Like someone else can just see a post and they can just rub it off and be like, whatever, but a person who's highly sensitive, they do take, they meditate on it. I know Chesley did. That's why she put those posts up on TikTok about the people that were trolling her and talking about her age and protesting her age and telling her to go, self-conclude herself. And when I say that, you guys know what I mean. I'm just trying not to say the word so much, but, that deeply hurt Chesley a lot. And she just she portrays herself as it not really mattering to her. If you notice, she'll smirk it off. But you have to be able to read energy, and you can tell it deeply crushed her. And she talked about it in her discussions with other queens. And other queens, identify with her and say, yeah, I dealt with it too. But Chesley was a highly sensitive person battling mental health, I believe that she was dealing with some family divide issues. And this is why I come with this theory, you guys. Because I went on, and one of the guys in the comment, I feel so bad, I don't even give you guys recognition, but if you're in this chat right now, speak up or whatever. But one of the guys pointed out that there was a clip on the sister's page, and go to her page. There is a clip of the siblings visiting Chesley in New York. And in that clip, you could see the father there. Then in the same Instagram with the older sister, she has a personal picture with her father. I went to Chesley's whole entire Instagram, and I scrolled entirely through her whole Instagram, and I didn't see not one picture with her biological father. Even on her graduation, she graduated from law school in 2017. You can see those pictures on her Instagram, but she has no pictures with her biological dad. That is a significant historical day. I know when I graduated from law school, I had the people near and dear to me, the people that meant something to me. I took a picture with them. I took a picture with my mom. I took a picture with, my close stepdad that I was really close with. I took a picture with this other family that I was deeply close with. Like the people that I had photos with, they were people that meant something to me. There was no photo with her dad. on this historical day. Like there was a lot of other pictures. Even and he and the biological dad, I think they said did go to the Miss USA competition, but again, I didn't see any picture with her biological dad at this historical moment where she wins Miss USA. There's no picture with her biological dad. Isn't that kind of weird? I mean, the way I infer from that is that there was a division there, and now I'm starting to believe that the biological father was right, that there was some type of divide. I believe from what the comment was in that chat, and he brought up a good point, and I want to bring up his point and see what you guys think. But his point was that he believes that maybe the older sister had a stronger relationship with the biological dad, which you can infer from her Instagram, where she does take a photo with the biological father. And then I can see on Chesley's page that she takes photos a lot with Gary Simpkins, which is her stepdad. It seemed to me, you guys can give your opinion, but it seemed to me she had a closer relationship with her stepfather and her mother. I mean, she did have somewhat of a relationship with her biological dad, but it seemed kind of strained. She did talk about in an interview I linked to other videos that she had gone to her family, her Polish family side. She had celebrations with them, and they had different cultural values and stuff. So she had some type of relationship with her father's side of the family. But I just, from what I'm looking at, I'm just looking at social media, and usually when people post things or family members, these are people that they're pretty close with and they spend time with. She did do a dedication to her dad though on Extra. She did. But it just seems kind of inconsistent with the whole picture of her social media. I mean, if she's have this strong relationship with her dad, I mean, I didn't see one, you guys, I didn't see one picture on her Instagram with her biological dad. That's just kind of, to me, I feel like there was some type of strain there. I do feel there could have been some dysfunction. I mean, what makes me wonder is, was there something going on at that time with the family? And was there an argument that happened between the two parents? Did they ask her to choose which side? What if that there was a phone call that night that pushed her over the edge between, the biological father? They might have had a disagreement or something, but I'm now starting to believe the biological dad has some truth. And I believe that maybe when April came out with her statement, it was a way to kind of refute the father's statement and kind of get him to back off and not really come out with what really was going on. But now I'm going to add to my factors. We talked about a lot of my factors that I'm believing is going on, the theories. We talked about the age issue, which is a huge issue in correlation with the Hollywood industry and its high pressures, you guys, on youth. That just amplifies this situation with her age. People are still making jokes about the age 30 thing, and they're saying, if you can't handle 30, you can't handle being 40, 50, 60. You guys, this is not a normal situation. You cannot compare it to a regular person. This is a person who has issues already with age. She's always been embraced for being young. Another thing that we didn't talk about, you guys, is in pageantry, you have a time clock in pageantry. You only get to compete for certain categories, certain pageants until you reach a certain age. And Miss America, she competed for Miss America and she aged out, which is why she went to Miss USA. So age has been a problem and a theme for Chesley her whole life, because she's been doing pageantries since she started pageantry. She started out in Miss America. She wanted to win Miss America, but she aged out of that, you guys. That's like a door shut. Strike one, right? With age. So she's had a resentment. This is a battle that she's been going through with pageantry, starting out with pageantry, right? Then she goes to Miss USA. She competes for Miss North Carolina 3 times. Guys, I think it's 3 or 4 times she competed. She's a woman that doesn't quit. But again, she had a time clock. The very last year that she was almost going to age out, that was her last year, you guys, she wins. So again, that's another theme. That's number 2 with the constant time clocks in pageantry. Age, emphasis on age, right? Then when she wins, now she's being bullied for being the oldest Miss USA. 3, this is someone who's constantly being ridiculed for her age, you guys. That's the thing that people are failing to see. And I'm sorry to get emotional, but just the comments of people constantly ridiculing this woman's pain and being insensitive and saying, oh, well, she was weak and all that is not right. Like, if you don't want to identify with the situation, then go somewhere else. But not everybody's the same. This is a woman has been through her pageantry career constantly having to be told you have a certain time clock to accomplish this goal. Once you age out of this, you can't ever accomplish this goal. So this is her mind right now. Then you have people petitioning against her during her reign, telling the Miss USA organization they need to lower the age because they're against older women that are 28 competing, okay? It's number 4. Now you put this person into the Hollywood industry who is highly big on age, you guys. So like this woman has been dealing with her age her whole life. Pageantry, now she's in Hollywood. And then she has a time clock in Hollywood because she doesn't know how long she's gonna last. She's stressed out. She's even asking Gail, like, how long do you last in this? Like, you know, is this gonna be a time clock situation? She talks about it in her Allure article that she's feeling like, I have another time clock. This is another time clock. How long am I gonna last in society? Again, another time clock. She hits 30. What do we have associated with 30? Marriage, children, all that stuff. Now, I already talked about before that she has an interview where she says she understands that celebrities get married older. So I get it. That was in her back of her mind. But Peyton Barker was someone she was perceiving as her that's someone she was going to marry. She's a Southern belle, you guys. In North Carolina, in those southern locations, they're all about marriage. They're more about family and getting married and stuff like that. So there's emphasis on that in that culture, in that community. Even though Chesley is that strong attorney who understands, you know, celebrities get married when they're younger, there's still that pressure to get married in the South. That is their culture there. And the person that was qualified to be her power couple companion, that relationship failed, and now she's going through a spiral of all these just awful dates and just awful guys. And it's like she's feeling more and more hopeless, you guys, and a lot of it's going back to her age. So people cannot just compare it sometimes with themselves, saying, oh, well, I can cope with being 30 or whatever, and just, this is someone who had dealt with the age theme throughout pageantry, now in Hollywood, now she's 30. And I talked about the TikTok comment talking about from downhill from there. That was disturbing. I mean, I know a lot of people get depressed when they're 30, but Chesley took it harder than the average person, as I talked about in other videos. This was not, you know, a typical person that's turning 30. She perceived it all as a negative situation, which from then on, I believe after her birthday, she went to even a higher level of psychosis and depression. And imagine meditating on this for all those months, and then you reach January and now you're going to be turning 31. It's like, it was too much for Chesley. Plus she's overworked. She was exhausted from her schedule. She was so exhausted. I mean, even watching her TikTok when she got that Express and she did the Express Live, she was rushing to a flight. And she had another flight during Christmas when she had her wig done by her sister and everything like that. So this woman had been on the go left and right. Plus she has the age issue. Like, those are the factors we talked about. Then the bullying, then the family dysfunction. I believe there was really, and we will never know. Maybe the father might tell us, but we'll never know what's really going on. But there was a divide. There's some siblings that are more close with the biological dad than Chesley was. Chesley seemed to cling more to her mother, you guys. You know, when some people divorce, there's usually some type of divide between the siblings and the family. Some parents will side with the mother. Some parents will side with the father. I know a lot of you guys have seen that. Some of you guys maybe have those parents that have divorced, and there's children sometimes that will pick a side. And it's really difficult in divorces because they got to go back and forth to the different parents. And then I've talked to a lot of parents, a lot of children that have been in divorced families, a lot of them. And a lot of them tell me, you know, well, I sided with my mother, and you know, I chose her side with the, you know, between the you know, disagreements between them. Or they'll say I sided with my father. Some people will choose to live predominantly with one parent because there's a pressure. Sometimes the parents will say, well, who do you want to live with? And the children feel pressured to choose whichever parent they want to live with, you know, on a daily basis. So I believe, based on all the stuff I've been seeing, is that Chesley sided with her mom. We know she was extremely close with her mom. She wanted to be her mom. She literally did everything her mom has done. But I think the other daughter, who was more close with the biological dad. Who knows if I'm right, but I'm just looking at the posts and videos and everything. I believe that the older daughter is closer with her father, and there might be somewhat, I mean, and yes, she loves her mom. I'm not saying that, I don't want people getting in the chat attacking me, but I really think the older daughter is not as close with the biological mom. And someone commented on this, which I agree with him after I looked at everything today. I've been, you know, looking at the post. I think he's right that and you guys can tell me what you guys think, but I think the older daughter, even though she has somewhat of a relationship with her mom, and I mean, you guys can see that from the homegoing, that April had a closer relationship, best friends with Chesley, and I believe the older daughter had a closer relationship, in my opinion, with this biological dad. And there may have been a little bit of a strain between older daughter and mother. And think about that, you guys. I was thinking about this when I was watching some of the things. Like, I wonder how the other siblings feel when the mother says that, you know, one child is their best friend or favorite child. That can build resentment in the other children. I would just that kind of was in the back of my head a lot of times. I'm like, I wonder how I would feel if my mom was always saying my sister was her best friend. I would feel jealous. Um, I can't speak for everybody else. I'm just, you know, putting myself in the situation of how I would feel. Maybe you guys can tell me how you'd feel. But if I have a parent that's constantly saying how I spend all day with little Johnny, and Johnny, you know, we go out all these places. Johnny's my best friend. We hang out all the time. We talk all day. We have girl time. And then I would feel left out. I feel kind of jealous. Like, I feel like I wasn't loved enough. And who knows if the older sister felt that way and might have clinged more to her biological dad, and that could have caused somewhat of a division in the family, and that dysfunction. Because like I said, when people divorce, it kind of forces the child in the middle to kind of either pick a side, or it causes a lot of confusion in the child in terms of who they're going to pick, you know, or, you know, there's parents that when they go to the father's house, the father's talking bad about the mother. And then when they go to the mother's house, the mother's talking bad about the father because they're resenting each other. That to me could have created some type of dysfunction. So I believe that is a factor we can add to this in our analysis, to say that was huge pressure on Chesley. We don't know the full details, but father clues us in that there was some dysfunction. I think April wheeled him back in from giving us the details. But you guys, I think there was some issues, some very toxic stuff going on between the two families. And I mean, she's now married to someone else. You know, lots of times people don't like that. That can cause another issue between the two couples. So this is really starting to come to me to be true, that the father has information about some toxicity. And I have seen other self-conclusions where family toxicity and pressures like that can drive somebody over the edge, and then especially they're dealing with all the other stuff too. And now you add family problems with that, broken relationships, being overworked, and now your family's pressuring you and arguing with you. And we don't know what any phone call she had that could have also pushed her over the edge. We don't know. So I'm really thinking that is another factor that we can add to this analysis. And we looked at Peyton Barker. We can see that they were childhood loves. Who knows if they weren't, you know, liking each other as kids. So let's look at some more of these comments. Sorry, guys, I keep going off on tangents, but you guys are helping me talk more about this. I read that there have been some people that survived near fatal jumps. Okay. And they all said they immediately regretted their decision the moment they leaped. You're probably right. You're probably right, Dinah, which makes this even more sad. I mean, knowing Chesley's personality, Chesley is very, I believe she really thoroughly thought about this. I know a lot of people are saying, could we have reached out to her? Could we have helped her? Could we have saved her? Chesley was a strong-minded woman. When she made up her mind about something, she did it. She's very, very matter of fact. So I just don't want people to beat themselves up, or friends to beat themselves up and say, well, what if I could have saved her? I honestly, and this is sad, and I'm sorry if you guys are offended, but I'm just going to speak my truth and what I feel. I think that Chesley was determined to do what she was going to do. I really do. I think she thought about it. I think she meditated on it. She had been battling mental health for so long. She was mentally drained, mentally wore out. She felt that she couldn't go to anyone else because for her, pretty much all of her life, she has been the backbone, the protector, the vocal defender of not only relatives, friends, family members. She has had so much pressure on her life, and she's constantly from back to back to back, putting all these obligations on her. This is a woman that was not only in the entertainment industry, you guys, she had her own business. She was flying around to advocate for Dress for Success. She was flying around to advocate for big brothers, big sisters. This is getting more overwhelming. She's modeling in the Express. She has athletic contracts. This is just too much. And this is how she's been all her life. When she was in law school, she was in 4 or 5 or 6 or 7, I don't know, like 10 organizations. that she didn't even care for. She talks about her response in a USA interview that, you know, she joined all these overwhelmed herself and joined all these organizations in law school, and she didn't want to do any of them. She's known to overbook herself her entire life to the point where it drove her to exhaustion and into the hospital for 8 days. That is a red flag. If anybody keeps saying they don't believe this could have happened, if they cannot read that Allure article and not see that as a huge, that was the first thing I told you that led me to all these videos, you guys, because after I saw the 8 days, that was the first red flag that popped out that something deep was going on with Chesley. I read that there have been some people that survived. Yep, let's see what else. Her last clothes she had on was all black. I know. See, I told you the symbolic color she used. The color of black can symbolize depression, hopelessness, despair, the D word, death. Funeral colors. What do we use? What do we wear to funerals? Black. There's all some symbols in this whole situation. People think that, you know, oh, Chesley didn't think about this. Chesley was a highly analytical person. She tells you that in her videos, that she tells you that she's a type A. This is not something I'm making up. This is something she said. She tells you in videos that she is analytical. She's inquisitive. Things that she does, she thinks about it. She's an attorney. We constantly are thinking about and doing symbology and all that stuff. That's how, even when we do legal arguments, we analogize. She chose those colors. She wore black for a reason, to show her depression, to show her despair, to show her hopelessness, to show her finalization. She chose a photo. And some of you guys were commenting the other time that the photo was a 2019 photo. I'm aware of that, but she had to go through all her pictures to pick the right picture that could display what she was feeling. So it doesn't matter the age of the picture or how old it was. I'm talking about the mental, her mentality and her specific choice of searching for that picture that could accurately display what she was feeling. That's what I'm getting at, is that you could see that the eyes were lowered, the eyeshadow, that looks like someone in the colors of someone who is departing this earth and saying her final goodbye as a depression and mental exhaustion. That picture depicted how she felt, and that's why she chose that picture. She had to go through hundreds of her pictures, you guys, to pick that picture out, to display to you guys and to show the world how she was feeling, that she was telling you guys that she was depressed, that she was mentally distraught and exhausted and drained and felt completely tired of life. And that's why she chose the color black. That's why she wore black. And a lot of people are not connecting the dots, but that is exactly what Chesley was doing. She was communicating everything to us through her actions. Through her actions. We can't be moved by all the acclimates and achievements and fame and beauty and perfection and hair. And that doesn't mean anything, you guys. Happiness, like I said, you guys, it starts from within inside. And Chesley wasn't happy inside. And she was using all these external things all of her life, you guys. If you just go back and study her life, from the time when she was a child, she chased all these achievements, just like her mother. She's an overachiever. Her publicist says she's an overachiever. From the time that she was a child, she looked up to her mother and she was determined. And you know why she was determined to emulate her mother? It's because she thirsted for her mother's acceptance from a child. And that's what children deal with when they're middle children. And Chesley was one of the middle children. Her sister's the firstborn. I think she's the secondborn. I don't know. But she's one of the middle children. And middle children, like myself, they always thirst for the attention of their parents and the acceptance. They want to be accepted. And the way Chesley found that she can be accepted is by emulating her mother. That's why she did the piano and she became a public speaker and she became an amazing singer and she did track and field and she was chasing all these achievements. Like, Mom, look at me. I'm doing what you're doing. You know, when she was a little girl, she wanted so bad for her mom to just, to see all her achievements and say, good job, I'm proud of you. Like, that's an unspoken desire that no one's talking about, but it's true. And you can notice how, just look at it, you guys. Notice how April embraced Chesley and favored Chesley, and Chesley is exactly like her. But she talks about all her kids' accomplishments. Let's be fair. She goes on, if you go on her TikTok, April Simpkins TikTok, she talks about all her kids' achievements. But she embraces Chesley, it seems, from just looking at the videos and looking at the homegoing, she embraces Chesley more so, in my opinion. The only child that she discusses as her best friend is Chesley. And why? because Chesley's the one that is the most like her. And I just had dinner with someone today, and he talked about his 2 kids. And it just really made me start thinking about Chesley in this situation, because he said, he talked about so much of his daughter and he despised his son. And what he told me a lot is that his daughter is just like him. His daughter does everything. His daughter has his personality. His daughter is a go-getter. She goes to, she's going to college. She's educated. And the son, he calls, I didn't say this, guys, so don't get offended by me. He says that he's a loser and he's not in school. He's not doing anything. And he basically was saying how the daughter was his favorite. And I noticed just by talking to him, I can make my analysis. And I was like, the reason why he loves the daughter is because the daughter's a lot like him. And as I was talking to him, I was like, oh, I noticed your daughter is exactly like you. She has your personality and all that. And he smiled and lit up and was like, yeah, she's just like me. Same thing here, you guys. You just have to look at it. Chesley was April's best friend because April embraced her because Chesley was just like her and accomplished everything. And as a little girl, Chesley wanted so much for her mother to accept her. So what did she do? She chased all these achievements. She said as a little girl, when she saw her mom compete in the Miss North Carolina and go to all these events, she looked and said, I want to do that. But think about why. Why did she want to do that? Because she wanted her mom to accept her. She wanted so bad to be accepted. And like, Mom, look at me. I've Miss North Carolina like you. Now, do you love me or you accept me? I think because Chesley is a person that loves attention. All you got to do is just put all the pieces together and it'll give you the answer. She talks about on TikTok, attention, 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 attention. So why does she chase all these achievements? To get attention from her parents, to get acceptance from her mother, to get and that's why you can see April embraced Chesley. And it seems like more so than the other children. And I'm just inferring this from all the stuff I'm seeing. And why? Because Chesley was just like her and achieved everything that April did. And April talks about in those interviews that she instilled in her kids, to do the things pretty much that she was doing, music and track and field and athletics. And Chesley was that one child that pretty much did everything that April did. So April clinged to her. And I truly believe in my heart that Chesley was her favorite. And in my opinion, I believe the older daughter may have some underlying resentment to mommy. Even though she loves mom, we have those families. Families aren't perfect. I believe that older daughter may have some type of resentment, which caused that divide, which we can infer that she might have a closer relationship with her father, which can cause a strain. And we don't know if that caused a rift. We don't know if maybe there was a rift between that whole situation. That I'm not going to make any inference on who had what rift or what, but that has to me some type of dysfunction. We don't know the full type, but there was a divide between the two. I can acknowledge that yes, Kryst and April did have 4 children together. So yes, they had a long relationship, but they divorced. They have a strain. There's a family divide. I mean, you guys know about divorced couples and that divide. And I believe that caused some pressure on Chesley, huge pressure on Chesley. And also we can add again, you guys, to this whole picture. But just chasing all those achievements that she wanted so bad for her mom to just notice her and love her and accept her. She got what she wanted. She got the best friend. Her mom loved her and embraced her and favored her and all those good stuff. But then when she became 30, she's embracing this new career, yes, but that has high pressures on the age thing that she's been dealing with since pageantry. We talked about all those 4 levels of constant age emphasis. And then when she became Miss USA, there's her whole life she's been told she needs to be young to be able to achieve this acclimate as a beauty queen. And now she's in the entertainment industry, and that's all about you have to be young or you will be replaced. You will. So Chesley's dealt with this her whole life in her mental health. And even though we all know black don't crack, we know she looks young. We know she's beautiful. We know that 30 is not old, but in Chesley's mind, she thinks she's getting old. She thinks she has a timeline in the entertainment industry, and she wonders how long she will be able to last. So there was a lot of things Chesley dealt with, which led to her feeling hopeless, which is why she spent the time to find a picture that she could communicate in the most accurate way to all of us how she felt. She could have chose any of her pictures, you guys. She could have chose a modeling picture. Notice the color she used. And there's actual psychological, I might have to look this up right now. Let me see if I can look up the psychology of the color black. Because you guys, there are psychology analysis of different colors. You can actually look up the psychology or the meaning, a psychological personality meaning of a color that you like your favorite color, and they will give you a full analysis of your personality based on the color that you choose. So I looked up the word black, and it says the word black means mourning, grief, and depression. What did I say? And what the colors did she wear that day? And what colors did she post on her last post? And what eyeshadow was she wearing? The color in psychology is associated with mourning, grief, and depression. Oh, let's go more into this. It is a color of darkness identified by sadness. Okay, let's see. Let's just really look into this. Let's delve into this. It symbolizes misfortune, danger. Okay, let's see. Okay, they say traditionally black color psychology is associated with mourning, grief, depression. It's a negative energy through it hid the true feelings of people. It symbolizes fear, mystery, uncertainty. Although the darkness is frightening, it calls for action. It symbolizes void, a fight with the dark force. Remember, we talked about spiritual warfare. There's a lot of people in there attacking me saying, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. And Chesley was a Christian. Yes, Chesley was a Christian. I never said she wasn't. I know that she was a Christian. In the homegoing, her mother said that she stayed in her word, but her schedule didn't include any prayer time or reading. I mean, yeah, maybe she prayed here and there, and maybe she did read the word, but there was a spiritual warfare that happened with Chesley. And we know that she talked about in one of the elevation testimonies that she said at church that she could not hear God's voice, and she struggled with that, and she heard his voice through other people. So if she didn't have any other people to tell her what God was saying, and she's home alone and she is depressed and the enemy is in her mind telling her depressing thoughts, this was a spiritual dark force. The word of God says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the spiritual warfare of the enemy. And that is what she was battling, you guys. She wore the colors to explain what she was feeling. She may not have known that she was choosing those colors for that meaning, but it's all psychological. That's why you can look up your favorite colors, and I guarantee you most of that information, you'll see some of that information is accurate. My favorite color is pink, and I looked it up, and I was like, man, they ain't my business. There was like one or two things that was wrong, but pretty much the most of it was me to a T. So she psychologically maybe not even known that she was picking those colors, but it's in the subconscious. Sometimes we do things subconsciously, not realizing we're communicating something. And she specifically chose a black photo with black clothing, lowered eyes of someone who's depressed. It depicts someone who's depressed. Then she wears the color black on her final resting day in her mind, showing to us all that she was in deep mourning. She was in depression. She was feeling hopelessness. She was feeling grief. That's why this is showing us more and more, you guys, that this was not a murder. This was not a murder. She even wore the colors. This is something that she was communicating in so many ways, and nobody heard her in her mind. So we got to look at everything. Let's see what else they say. They said it can depict anxiety, gloomy thoughts. Remember, I told you it's all in her mind that she had been wrestling all of this depression, the gloomy thoughts that she was dealing with. Psycho-emotional background, dark tones. It said, this shade, I'm going to read this a couple times, you guys, because y'all need y'all to get this down in your mind right now. This shade often causes depression. I'm going to say it one more time. And I don't want y'all wearing black anymore. If you're anybody on my live, you don't be wearing black anymore, because it's saying that this shade causes depression. Now, you can argue it doesn't, but psychologically, if you notice people that's constantly going around wearing black all the time, you might want to check on them. Check on your friends, check on your loved ones, because they may not know it. But that color causes depression. It's associated with depression. And what have we been talking about? That Chesley, sorry guys, I gotta put this on here real quick. Chesley has been dealing, you guys, with high functioning and depression. That's what her mother said, right? Even at the homegoing, her mother gives us the suicide hotline phone number, and people are still going around saying that this was a murder and the conspiracy and Illuminati. And Chesley did not sell her soul to the devil. Let's just stop with all this Illuminati stuff. That's not what happened here, you guys. This was a spiritual warfare and a spiritual attack, and it does happen in each one of our minds. Whether people want to believe it or not, people can attack me in my comments. I'm just going to speak it like it is and tell you the truth. It is what it is. This woman was battling, the enemy was in her head, and she talked about in different testimonies that she couldn't hear his voice for herself. Doesn't mean she's not a Christian. You can be a Christian and love the Lord and go to church every Sunday, and still the enemy can attack you. And if you have free will, that's the thing I put in the comments, because somebody was telling me that, oh, Christians can still commit the self-conclusions. Yes, they can. You have free will to decide whether you're going to fight for your life or you're not. Whether you're going to speak the word of God on your life or you're not. Whether you're going to listen to the enemy's lies or you're not. It is your choice. God gives us each free will. He's not going to force us to make a decision to live. He's not going to sit and force us to fight for, our life, or fight for the truth and fight the enemy. He's not going to force us to do that. You have to choose that on your own. I don't care if you're a Christian or not. I don't care if you read your Bible. People can read their Bible and still be attacked by the enemy, because what the enemy does, I told you, he knows you. So even if you read the Bible, and he's going to still come and attack you. And if you're not reading your Bible every day and you rebuke the enemy, there's another scripture in here that says, you can rebuke the enemy, right? And the enemy leaves, and he leaves you alone, right, for a little while. If you don't fill yourself up spiritually with the word, and you're constantly growing in the word, and you just keep your spiritual house clean, he's going to come back with a bunch of other demons and torment you double the time, triple what you felt before. So I'm not saying Cheslie was, not a woman of God. I know she was a woman of God. That was something very strong to her. But I'm telling you, she was battling a spiritual warfare situation. And unfortunately, she was listening to the voice of the enemy. And she was listening to him telling her and tormenting her, which was what pushed her over the edge. He was speaking to her and deceiving her and lying to her, and then all these other external situations. And she talks about in her testimony that she couldn't hear God's voice, and she only could hear his voice through all these other people, and she's home alone. We don't know, her church is all the way in North Carolina. And she's pretty much, it felt like, because of all the colors she was wearing and the hopelessness and despair, it felt like Chesley just stopped fighting for life, and she just wanted rest and peace. She got tired of being tormented. She got tired of the day-to-day overwork. She got tired of the constant pressures to be young, beautiful, and attractive. She got tired of all the societal pressures to get married and have kids. She was just done. And then her family was all the way in North Carolina. They couldn't be there. She didn't have her roommate anymore. This was spiritual warfare, you guys. The enemy came in, and he put that depression on Chesley that she had been battling. He did that. And it's very sad and it's very tragic, but people want to they want to refute and say, well, this is not about God and all that. It is. In my opinion, it is. And I'm going to say it like it is, that this is exactly what happened. That the enemy came in there. God talks about we wrestle not against flesh and blood. And from my opinion, most of the stuff in the Bible, in my opinion, is manifesting now. So I believe in the Bible, and I believe in the word of God and spiritual warfare. And it has a lot to do with that. And I don't want people to get, the reason why I do want to emphasize is I don't want people to get deceive that if they're a Christian and they love God, that they cannot be attacked by the enemy, or that they love God and the enemy will not try to put suicidal thoughts in your mind, because he wants to destroy God's people. If not, he oppresses God's people more than he does someone who's not a believer, because it is his desire to get one of God's people. I mean, look what happened to Job in the Bible. If any of you guys read the Bible, Satan went to God and he asked God if he could test Job, torture Job. If I do all these things to Job, he told God, because Job loved God. Got a call. Job loved God, and God was so proud of him. It was like, look at my Job, he loves me. And Satan came and said, well, if I do this to him, I guarantee you he's going to curse you and die. And God was like, oh, whatever, do what you got to do. Job is not going to curse me and die. So whatever you want to do, but go ahead. And so that's what Satan did. He lost Job lost everything. He lost everything. And even the wife was like, you need to curse God and die. I mean, people were mocking him and stuff. He said, I'm not going to curse God and die. He was a man of God, though. That's an example of, you guys, in the Word of God, of a man of God who loved the Lord, who was, Bible believing, word quote, and all that stuff. He loved the Lord. And he was even tested. But he had a choice. He had people in his ear telling him to curse God and die. Basically, self-conclude, you guys. Self-conclude. That's what they were basically telling him. Take yourself out. Satan tried to test God's servant to get him to curse God and self-conclude. And he chose to fight, because he went through so much. I really want to encourage you guys, if you're even not a believer, go read the Job story, and it will really shed light on you how the devil works, and that you have a choice in the matter to fight, to read his word, because God gave us all the scriptures we need to fight him and to pray and to fight against him each day. Because even as Christians, you will face a lot of hardship. You will have the enemy in your head telling you to do stuff like this. You will have the enemy in your head bringing depression and despair. That's why you got to even be careful with the colors that you're wearing, because there's spirits on them colors. There's symbolic meanings. We're looking up the color black, and it is telling us all these things. It says this is a symbol of isolation. Remember, we talked about she was living home alone, distrust. I don't feel Chesley felt safe going to her friends. She had tons of friends, but she was known as the strong backbone. She did everything for her friends, you guys, from Nia Franklin being her attorney and advocating her contract, to from helping all of her other friends throughout her life, even in track and field, from being that advocate for her siblings growing up. This woman really had a lot of weight and pressure on her throughout her life as being that leader. And, a lot of it she took on herself. This was, again, something we're not saying she's a victim. She made these choices on her own. She had the choice in the matter. But the enemy came in like he does to us, and he attacked her in her mind. And sadly, he won. It's sad in this situation. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's what happened. But it's teaching us all that this is a fight for our life. This is something that we need to use this as a legacy and I would encourage you guys to use Chesley's life as a legacy. Chesley's life mattered. And I believe her life is a symbolic meaning to us all, to find the true meaning to life, you guys. That it's not about all these acclimates. It's not about society's views of us. Why do we care what people think about us? I mean, we got people saying all these opinions online all the time about you, but is it true? A lot of stuff that they say is not even true about you. These people that are saying things, or society, these are people that are hurting. People, you can really tell a spirit on someone. Number one, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, because a lot of these people are just dealing with their own demons in themselves, and the enemies, using these people to attack you. But two, you have to know who you are. And that's the one thing I love about pageantry. People think that pageantry is all about beauty, but I am so grateful that I did pageantry, because pageantry teaches women to know who they are. We have to sit here and study hundreds and thousands of questions, and we have to learn how we believe in certain situations. What do we believe about same-sex marriages? What do we believe about, this political situation? What do we believe about this AB bill that's going to be passed? What do we believe about abortion? It forces a woman to learn what her goals are in life, how we plan to accomplish those goals, what are our views on controversial issues, and why do we believe that? How do we believe we can solve all of the societal issues or issues such as social media issues and things in our world? It forces us to learn who we are. And I believe that all of us as a society should do that for ourselves. We don't need a pageant to do that. We should all know who we are. And you should know yourself so well that if someone comes in and tries to tell you something else or tries to tell you that you need to accomplish this certain thing, that if you don't want to do it, don't do it. If someone thinks that you're not smart, you can reject that thought, and because you know who you are and you know you're smart, you can just say whatever and keep it moving. But that's what we got to learn, because the enemy uses all these different people to get into our mind and attack the things that are sensitive to us. That's why you notice if people say comments about you, is somehow they hit on things that you already have insecurities about or you're sensitive about. And you're just, and it hits you, you know, in a more deep way. You notice that you're more hurt because it's something that you battle and you deal with. That's why you have to take time to do a spiritual. That's why I want you guys to use Cheslie's life. And I do this for myself on a daily basis. Use Cheslie's as life as a legacy for yourself to learn who you are, and learn who you are so well that when people come and try to attack it, when people come and try to tear you down, you are unmovable. You are unbreakable because you know it's contrary to who you are as a person. But let's see. Black, okay, black is not only a negative color, but I'm still thinking, I'm pushing to my theory that that's what Chesley was dealing with: isolation, distrust. It's not that she didn't trust her friends. It was that she had been carrying on this image of strength and protecting all of her friends and helping all of her friends and her family and all that most of her life. So she didn't feel safe sharing what her struggle. That's why the only person she felt safe talking to about it was her mom. So to me, that color black symbolized that distrust she felt from, you know, and being able to be vulnerable to people in her life. Emotional decline. Black symbolizes an emotional decline. And what was Chesley going through? She was spiraling downhill. She talked about it in her TikTok comment. Down on the April 28th birthday, she says, all downhill from there. And what does it say about the color black? Emotional decline. She was speaking to us, you guys. She was telling us, but we had to look through all the symbols that she used, through the picture she strategically chose. This is a woman of articulation who highly analyzes everything. So I know people don't want to agree with me, but I'm telling you, she thought about everything. She thought about, from the photo she chose, from the specific words she chose on the post, from the specific choice that she made on the specific day. This woman was up the entire night. That's why she did it at 7 o'clock in the morning. She was up the entire night. She, all the way to the last letter she left for her mother. Like, this was all things that she thought about. So let's see what else this color means. It has positive things to, you know, it talks about wealth and power. Well, we know she had wealth. Fame does give you some form of power. I don't think she chose that color for those reasons, so I don't really want to emphasize those. I think that the parts that I talked about really was what Chesley was feeling. It says depresses the mood. So we really kind of fleshed out the particular meanings of this black color. But the thing is, Chesley could have chose any other picture. Notice how she had a common theme that day, and it was the color black. And we know what color black means. We talked about, you know, and it's correlating with what she was feeling, it's correlating with what her mother has said. So we can now see the background situation that Chesley was suffering through. And I know that some of you guys cannot identify with Chesley, and you think that some of the things that she was dealing with in your head was a minute thing, but that was not what she felt. And I think if we cannot understand what she was feeling, it's not fair to belittle her pain, because this woman was suffering, and she suffered so bad. alone that she felt the only way to relieve it was to do what she did. And it is very sad. And I wish there was some way, some hope that it didn't happen. But this woman, there should have been an intervention tremendously the time she was in that hospital for 8 days. There should have been a serious intervention. That would have been the time for whoever was in her life to do a significant repair and to really delve into what Chesley was going through. And we talked about therapy before. You guys, therapy really, you got to do more than therapy. I'm telling you, therapy is not designed to really help you heal. Let me tell you this, because I studied psychology, I majored in psychology, and one of the things that these doctors and therapists are trained to do in their career, which is why I didn't want to go into it, is they are taught to get you addicted to them. They want you to be addicted to them so that you can keep coming back. They're not trained to help you heal. They're not trained to show you what's the root cause and how you can actually overcome your depression or the root cause of your issue. That's why you notice you keep going back to these therapies and it never ends. It's a cycle that never ends. It becomes an addiction to go back to these doctors that never really help you with the root cause. That's why you cannot depend solely on therapists. In my opinion, I can tell you how I've healed and overcome my situation. It was through God. I have been attending and I have feel like I am truly overcoming the childhood things and traumas that I dealt with through God and his word. But there is a class that I took called Keys to Freedom. And in that class, they teach you how to identify all the childhood traumas that you're dealing with and link them and correlate them to the things that you deal with in adulthood and why you respond to certain things and so forth. So you first identify what's the issue. And then they go over 7 different keys about how you can overcome and heal, permanently heal from those situations. And the key that we're on right now is having a commitment to God. Or actually, we did that one last week. The key we're on today is renewing your mind. And this one was so powerful when they talked about all the scriptures. I probably want to start doing lives on this Keys to Freedom with you guys and go over it because maybe it can help all of us out, you know. But I've noticed and I've done therapy, and therapy did not help me at all. But when I've started doing this Keys to Freedom, I have never felt more free in my entire life until I started doing this class with God. Because it's really helping me learn the issues that I'm dealing with, learn the keys that I need to really fully heal and overcome. And you know, one of them was a commitment to God, and they go over all the steps to how to do that. And so they said you have to wholeheartedly commit to God. And then now they're talking about renewing your mind. And that is, you got to constantly work on your mind, you guys, because everything starts in your mind. The mind is a dangerous place. And a lot of our actions are linked to the things that we meditate on. And it's a spiritual thing where the enemy can torment you with thoughts and lies and deceptions. That's why you got to get control of your mind. And basically, like I'm saying, like the way I've really been healing is through this Keys to Freedom class. And the therapy did nothing for me at all. Because like I said, that's why I didn't want to become a psychologist, because if I'm going to be a psychologist, I want to actually help people. I want people to overcome the situation they're dealing with. I want my clients to completely be healed from whatever they're dealing with and give them the tools they need to be healed. But these places are teaching people to become addicts or addicted to these therapists and to keep coming back, basically to accumulate all this money. I don't even know I'm saying this lie because I don't want nobody coming after me. But anyway, that's what they're trained to do, to get you guys addicted to them, to keep coming back so you can keep paying them, not to help you. And so if you're solely dependent on a therapist, you're really not going to ever get out of your situation. You're not. So you got to combine it with, you know, I wish there was a Keys to Freedom to everybody, but, you know, relationship with God, renewing your mind, studying that word. Affirmations is very important. I want you guys to all write out some affirmations, like whatever insecurities you're dealing with, write out an affirmation that's contrary to that. And in the morning, and when you get home, I want you to go to the mirror and I want you to say those affirmations until you start believing it about yourself. So if you're insecure about maybe if you're insecure about your intelligence, then you can say, I am an intelligent, articulate person and people listen to me when I speak. And If that's your only thing you're dealing with at that time, you will say that affirmation every day until you believe it. And when you feel insecure about your intelligence and you're at work or something, you can go ahead, close your office door and say it. I am intelligent and articulate, and people listen to me when I speak. You have to speak it out because that will get into your mind and it'll build your confidence. But it's not just people, think, oh, therapy is one thing. There is a whole bunch you have to do to heal heal from whatever your situations you're dealing with. But if you're only depending on therapy, I'm telling you, that is just a whole industry that is meant to keep you stagnant and bound to your situation. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm just speaking facts. And if, you're welcome to, if you can do, I would encourage therapy for dealing with something, but I'm saying you need to combine it with other mechanisms to truly heal. And I do believe there's a spiritual aspect to that, because those therapists are just going to keep you going in a cycle of going back to them, and you're never going to heal. So yeah, go to therapists. I don't want to discourage people from going. Definitely keep going, but you got to add and combine that with other methods of healing, and you need to completely work on, self-evaluation. So let's see. Okay, everybody, y'all talking in this chat, and I'm ignoring you. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm terrible at this. I'm trying to learn how to do better. So let's do these chats real quick. The Bible says, "Let no one deceive you with empty words." That's true. You preach, Nancy. You're right, Nancy. And a lot of people want to disregard the word of God, and it is so, guys, the word of God is true. It's like to me, one of the most life-changing books out there. And people want to disregard God, but I promise you, read the Bible. The things in the Bible are happening now today. And people say the Bible isn't true, but how is a Bible that was written thousands of years ago, and what's spoken in that Bible is happening today, manifesting today? Rumors of war, weird weather changes, all that's in the Bible, you guys, and it was written thousands of years ago. That's not a coincidence. The Bible is real. I don't care what anybody says. It is really your moral compass, and I want to encourage you guys this year to start reading that Bible, even if, I know it can be overwhelming. So maybe if you want to start out with maybe a chapter a day, you can start out with me. I love Psalms and Proverbs. Those are my two favorites I like to start out with. And in the New Testament, it has some really good stuff in there. Timothy, I love Timothy and Corinthians and stuff like that. But I want to encourage you because it really can shed light on our current events that we're dealing with. If you read the Bible, you will not be surprised with what's happening today. It's like it's doing a play-by-play. It's weird. It's like you're watching ESPN by reading the Bible. You're like, okay, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening, this is and that's why I know the Bible is real, because I'm like, how did God create this Bible thousands of years ago? And everything in that Bible he talked about that was going to happen is happening. That is not a coincidence. The Bible is real. People can disagree or not. I'm telling you, it's real. So yeah, maybe this year you guys could start reading one chapter a day. And I would say start out with, not the Old Testament can be a little dense. And if you're a new believer, you probably want to start out with something more simple, with maybe starting out with the Psalms and Proverbs. And Proverbs to me is really a good day-to-day wisdom book on how to behave in society, from being slow to anger, from pride coming before destruction. I don't know how many times I have seen that. I always quote that scripture because I've seen it so many times play out in real life, where people who are prideful and then came destruction in their life. So a lot of that, the Bible is a moral compass for how, we can function in society, and it truly is a blessing. It is. It is one of those sources that you can truly use to learn how to cope with society, because in the pressures of society. But I just truly want to use Chesley's life as a legacy, as a way to inspire us to learn from her life and learn how to embrace happiness internally first, before you pursue an acclimate, before you would pursue a goal. And when you do pursue that goal, it is because it's something you truly desire to do, not for what people will think about you, not because you want to get, recognized by society, but because you want to do it. That's where we got to get to a point where you want to do it, and balance your life out. You have to balance your life out. America is not kind to its people. It teaches us to chase the American dream, but with that sacrifice, you don't enjoy life. You constantly are working. That's why I feel, in a way, God says all things happen for a good. I feel in a way that COVID was a good thing. I'm sorry, guys, don't get mad at me, but I feel it was because we were forced to stay at home for the first time in our life. Because what do we do all day? We're work, 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 work. We get home, we're tired, and then we do the same thing all day. The next day, work the entire day. You don't really even get to be at home that much when you're before COVID. You don't really even really barely get to enjoy the place that you're paying rent at because you're at work the whole day most of the time. So I felt like, in a way, that COVID was worked out in our good because we were forced to stay at home for the first time. We got to spend more time with our family, where, before we were always working. We got to really get to know our partners more because we're always, back then we were working, working, working. So it taught us that we need to balance our life out. We cannot, keep chasing all these achievements and not have time for ourselves, not vacation, not, if you feel like something's too much, you need to stand up for yourself, and you need to say, no, I need to take a day off, or I need to take, that mental health day off, and do it for yourself. Because unfortunately, America is what has been sadly been causing so many people to push so many people, to their end point in this society. I mean, you go to other countries, and people commented on this, which I was so thankful for you guys saying this in the chat, that if you go to other countries, they are not like that, you guys. Those other countries are the people are very balanced. It's a very calm life. They have time for their family. They're not constantly working, 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 working. And you don't see much self-conclusions in those other countries. But America has so much high pressure here. And there's a lot of it's sad, a lot of just false values on just artificial things like youth and beauty and achievements. That's really it. That's all our country's all about. So pageantry can also be a tool of Satan. Yeah, it can, if, someone who is already dealing with insecurities, and then they get into the pageant industry, and then the enemy starts speaking into their mind. Yeah, it could be used. Enemy can use anything, you guys. It doesn't have to just be pageantry. It can be your career. Maybe you're an engineer, and the enemy will use that to say that you're not smart enough or whatever. So we can't just focus it on pageantry, because Chesley was not just dealing with pageantry. Like I mentioned, from when she first started pageantry, there was constantly a timeline for when she could accomplish these acclimates based on her age. And she aged out of all these different pageants. And now she's in the entertainment industry. So age has been an issue throughout her pageant career and now her new entertainment career. So a lot of people, they want to compare their lives to Chesley, but you can't. This is a woman that has been dealing with constant people pressuring her that you got to accomplish this Miss America by this date. After you age out at the age 24, you can never achieve this career, this acclimate ever. You're done. So imagine that, constantly getting those doors shut on you, and these dreams that you had because you wanted so bad to be like your mom, because you wanted your mom to notice you, the attention, attention, attention. Remember, that's what Chesley wanted, and wanted mom just to, love and accept. And she got what she wanted, her mom did. But imagine all these pressures and wanting so bad, to get that attention and that acceptance. And then these doors get shut as she ages. She had a resentment to age, I believe, for many years. And then now society has this 30-year, pressure again. So she's been dealing with this pressure throughout her life. So I just really want to encourage people to be sensitive to that struggle, and not just say, oh, well, she was this or that, or she was a spoiled brat. People were saying this in the comments. This woman suffered and lost her life, and it hurts me so bad, because it's like she was bullied so much, and now even in her death, she's being bullied. Seriously, you guys, this is just, I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm sorry. The devil comes to seek, devour, and destroy. Right. You're right, Grace. The devil comes to kill, steal, and destroy. I believe that's John 10:10. But you're right. That's what his whole purpose is. And the Lord comes that you may have life, and life more abundantly. So let's see. I think it does for transplants. People from there like it. But if you move there, it can be a bit of a culture shock. Okay, I'm not sure what you meant by that. Maybe you guys were having a discussion I didn't know about. Dressing in all black isn't good. All black means letting No light. Yes, it's true, you guys. I want to encourage you guys, if you guys have any time throughout the week, to start looking up the psychology meaning of colors. And you can actually use that at work. Like when you're going to get ready for work in the morning, look up the color you're wearing and see what kind of energy that color draws in. And it actually will start changing your mind in some of the colors you're choosing to wear, because subconsciously you may not even know you may not even know you're doing it. You choose a certain color. Like if you wear blue, what does that bring forth? Calmness, relaxation, tranquility, peace, stuff like that. Um, what is green? Health, healing, prosperity. So if you want to draw in positive energy into your life and into your day, then, look up the colors you're wearing for the day. Just put the psychology of red. Red is a very vivacious color. It has that sexual aggression. It's very vivacious and energetic, and it could have aggression towards it. So if you notice that you're wearing red and you're constantly getting quickly angered and doing a lot of, what is it called? What do you do when you guys are, my mind is going blank, but when you're in traffic or road rage and you're constantly getting impatient, well, or maybe it could be subconsciously associated with the color you're wearing. So I would say an exercise for you guys is when you're getting ready for work or whatever clothes you wear, look up the psychological meaning of the color you're wearing and start becoming aware of that, because it could be influences, and that color black is not a positive color you want to really wear, especially if you're a person that's dealing with depression and hopelessness and mourning and despair. You want to stay away from that color, because all it does is add more and amplify. It amplifies the feelings that you're feeling. Magic Dress for Success was her platform. For the discipline. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. It was a wonderful platform. Mainly those who could not afford expensive wear. It was a way to help them dress even if they thrifted. Yes, Dinah. That was an awesome platform too, because a lot of women from the impoverished community can't afford clothing, and she did a great thing to help them. And it correlated with her as an attorney, because we are taught that appearance in the legal field is imperative, especially in court. We've got to wear our suits. We got to, our image is very essential in terms of even winning a trial. Judges, juries look at what you wear. They're very judgmental. You can lose a case based on appearance, you guys. Isn't that crazy? When I used to be a criminal prosecutor, and one time I went to go watch my coworker's trial, and he lost. And I went and talked to the jurors. I was like, well, why did you guys say that the defendant wasn't guilty? And I thought they were going to talk about the evidence, which is what they should have done. Girl, you know what they said? I'm talking to you like you're my friends. But you guys are my friends, technically, quasi-friends. But anyway, they said they didn't like the way the prosecutor looked. They was like, he was overweight, his clothes were sloppy. They said his tie wasn't even properly tied or aligned. And I was like, this has nothing to do with the evidence. Like, you guys are just looking at how he looks. Like, it made no sense to me. But it is an emphasis in the legal field. And that's why I think Chesley chose a good platform, because this is something that she was very familiar with, in that, appearance in the legal field truly could define your success, even in the courtroom. And she wanted to share that wisdom with other women. And I thought that was a wonderful platform to take on. I did notice in her latest TikTok, she wore black a lot. See, Angela, you are on point. My fault. My subscribers. I don't know if you guys are my subscribers, but you guys are the bomb. You guys are off the hook. Angela, I just love you right now, Angela Nicole. XO. Girl, you pointed out something I should have pointed out. But you're right. Go to that TikTok, you guys, tonight after we're done. She did wear a lot of black, Angela. And that depicts, remember you guys, we were talking about how we were confused about the happiness. That shows the underlying depression that she was going through. Subconsciously, she's wearing the color black, and it's showing, depicting the mourning, the grief, the depression. And if you go back, you can actually start timelining the deep spiral from how it progressed to what happened. She already been dealing with depression, but she started getting to a point where it was too much for her to handle. And it was getting to a point where it was overtaking her subconscious, her subconsciousness at this point. And that's when the black color started coming in a lot more. And even if she didn't do it intentionally, subconsciously she was doing it. So you can actually go back, start looking at the TikToks to see when she started wearing the black, and start counting, and it'll start putting everything into context to how this thing kept building up. But Angela, girl, you are the bomb to say that. Exactly. Her TikTok will show you guys when she started wearing that black. And that's when that depression started getting even worse. It was so overwhelming to the point that she felt she had no hope to go on. And now it was starting to reflect in the clothes the colors that she specifically was choosing to wear. And that color black. And Angela, I just can't thank you enough for really, because all you're doing is confirming what we were talking about. So that was good. Downhill, please check Chesley. Oh my God, 30 hours in heaven. I know, Kevin, but remember we were talking about the timeline with Chesley. You can't, I know you guys are so tempted to say, well, I would do this and that. You can't do that, because again, her life and all the expectations in her life are different than what you guys are experiencing. If you haven't been in the pageant world, it's true. I've been in the pageant world, you guys, since high school, and I dealt with that same pressure of timeline to accomplish this goal. That's why Chesley talked a lot about timelines and in the allure. She was talking about that because she dealt with it her whole life. That, you know, in these pageants, and that's what that used to frustrate me about pageants, because you'd always have a timeline and then you would age out and you could never go back and accomplish that again. Once you turned a certain age, you would never have any hope. And I'm the type of person is, I will keep going after a goal until I get that goal. But in pageantry, it's all about age. If you hit, like, for example, you hit 24, you can't do Miss anymore. If you hit, you know, if you're doing MS, then there's a certain age group. You go from 27 to whatever, 35. MRS, they have a certain age group. So again, this is something Chesley dealt with, Kevin, you know, throughout her life. Then she's merged into this entertainment industry that's all about age, beauty, and external. We talked about that before in the other video. Okay, so she's dealing with all this stuff, plus the societal expectations. And then you see her TikTok and reinforcing what we talked about. She talks about it in the Alert article. Now she's putting her TikTok up saying all downhill from there and making a joke out of it, but it wasn't a joke. That's what she felt. She did really feel that way. She really felt that when she hit 30, the rest of her life would just go downhill from there. That's what she felt. That it was just going to be this dark spiral downhill and there was nothing more to live for. That's sadly how she felt. And she tried to make it look like a joke, but that to me was a very disturbing post. A lot of people would have just took it as a joke and just brushed it off, which is what I'm trying to tell you guys. This woman has been crying out for so long in different ways, but nobody noticed. Even that post where she's doing a little laughing emoji at her birthday, that was a cry out, but nobody noticed. They thought she does a little laughing emoji and everybody just goes about their day thinking that, oh, that's just Chesley joking around, you know. But she was actually, nobody, you know, noticed. You know, she needed an intervention from her family. She needed her mother to say, you need to come home. Chesley needed to go home. She did not need to be in New York by herself with those thoughts and no support from her family that was close by. Yes, she did watch her church online, but I can attest to that. When during COVID, I watched church online, and it's something to me, I didn't feel that connection until I went to church, like physically to church, because then you're there with like church, you get the fellowship with other believers, you can actually talk face to face with people. It was a different feeling for me. I felt this sense of disconnect and separation when I was just watching online, whereas actually physically being in the church. And mind you, this happened on a Sunday. I mean, what if she was, you know, in North Carolina? She's around her parents, she has her church. There would have been so many other ways that she probably would have been rescued if she was in North Carolina. I believe when those 8 days happened, I believe families should have said, I don't know where she was living when that happened, but I'm just saying, if when they knew that happened, they should have had a more, you know, tighter string on her to say, you know what, after you're done with Miss USA, I think it's best that you come back home. You know, we can figure out whatever career goals you have, but she did not need to be in New York. That just added so much to this that we talked about in other videos I'm not going to go back into, that really, really added to the spiral that, like she said, all downhill from there. That's really what she was thinking, you guys. It's sad, but that's what she felt. And it's so sad because she really was feeling that all the way, you know, from that time on. I agree with you. Okay, fat girl, I agree with you. It seems very inappropriate for a mother to have a child as a best friend. Exactly. Well, it's just to me, I'm just saying TW and Fat Girl Magic, in my opinion, when you start saying someone's your best friend, and I'm not attacking April. I just don't want people to get the wrong idea, because I want to be very empathetic to April, because this is the worst thing that any parent could ever go through, and I'm not attacking her. So please do not get in the chat attacking me. I'm just being general. I'm speaking general from all the parents I know and stuff like that. When you start saying someone's your favorite child or best friend, it can build division and hurt and jealousy with the other kids and feel a form of rejection. And I really feel, when I was hearing a lot about the best friend thing, I just felt like there was some form of like toxicity going on there, where other kids could have felt left out and rejected, and felt like they were not really fully loved, because they felt like this other kid is getting a lot more attention. And why is she favored? Because she's the one child that has done everything that April has done. And I really believe that Chesley was April's favorite. I'm just saying what I can infer. Like I told you, the example I saw from the other parent today. A lot of parents love that one child that's just like them, that reminds them of their self. They usually love that child more. That's because that's a spitting image of them. And it's very obvious in a parent that they were best friends, that they did everything together. And that could have created a rift in the siblings. And siblings can, and I'm not saying this is what happened. I don't want people to think I'm attacking you. I'm just speaking generally, that when they notice one child's favored by the other, they can build resentment. It can build jealousy. We don't know if that was going on in this situation, but it can. I mean, I think back to the Joseph story in the Bible. He was favored by his dad, and all the brothers hated him because of that. He got this really beautiful, his dad made him this gorgeous jacket, and he was dreaming, he had this dream that he shared with the brothers, but the brothers already hated him. If you read that Joseph story, it is a good example, I think, what could apply to this situation too. And I'm not saying the siblings hated Chesley. They all love Chesley. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there could be an underlying dysfunction there when you're seeing one child put on a pedestal and favored above all the other children. Even if it's not spoken of, it could build a form of rejection, division, dysfunction that can drive the other children to go to the other side of the other parents because they don't feel loved by the other parents. And I don't know if that was going on here, but it just seemed something was, I don't know, something about that, just because when I watched, certain things, I was just like, man, I wonder how the thing in my mind, and you guys brought it out, in my mind, I was just thinking, man, I wonder how the other kids feel when they always heard that, Chesley was the best friend and the one that, April spent most of her time with and talked to her all day, mostly throughout the day, all the phone. I mean, what about her other kids? Was she's doing that? I mean, if she's spending all day with Chesley, how are the other kids feeling? I know they probably are feeling some type of rejection or jealousy. I mean, I was putting myself that I would feel that way. I can't speak for any of them, but I'd feel like, man, like, what about me? I think that's, like, and a lot of parents tell me, they're careful about saying, certain kids are more favored from the others because they don't want to, make the other kids feel left out. And I'm not saying April was doing that. I'm just saying I do feel that April may have favored Chesley because Chesley was that one child. I mean, even though all the other children pretty much had most, like a lot of them were athletes like April. But if you compare all the kids together, the one that was the most like April was Chesley. We talked about the whole list. There was like a lot of things. She was everything. She pretty much is everything that her mother is. She even has her own business like her mom. Public speaker, vocalist, pianist. I tried to find that video of her singing Mariah Carey, and I haven't been able to find it again. I watched it one time, and I've been searching on YouTube. So I'll keep looking, and then I'll try to put a link if I can find it again. Because she could sing, y'all. She can. Chesley I don't know why Chesley didn't get a singing. Chesley sings to me so good. She sings up there like Mariah Carey. She should have had a singing contract. I don't know why she didn't pursue singing, but that girl, and then she can play the piano. She could be like the next Alicia Keys. Like, she had amazing vocals, and her mother can sing. Her mother used to go to events and sing the national anthem. And then they did pageants together. So that's why April favored her. And I honestly believe Chesley was April's favorite child. I really believe that. She may not have said it out, had explicitly said that. But if you just look at everything and even her words and even the homegoing, you can make the inference yourself. And I do, and if when people do that and they exalt and put one child on a pedestal, it can create some underlying dysfunction there. And we don't know, what was going on with that, but the father clues us in that there was a family dysfunction. We don't know if somebody had, called or whatever, we don't know, but dysfunction had something to do with it in that family. They're a wonderful family. I'm not saying that they are, that one family that you dream of being a part of, but we talked about the whole image thing. Remember we talked about image before in another video about Facebook and social media. You'll have to watch the other videos. I did an example of the couples goals family where they look like the most perfect couple online, and then you find out later on the truth comes out. What's done in the dark comes to the light, you guys, because the images, what's done in the dark will always come out. You can put all this stuff on Facebook, but eventually the truth comes out, and then you have those poster child or those examples online of that wonderful perfect family. They all wearing the same colors and the kids are all dressed like the Brady Bunch, and then you hear murder suicide from that family. The husband goes out, shoots everybody. So I really am starting to believe the biological dad. I think he knows something. I think he does. Of course, he's being, he's going through some pain too, so he's not going to want to share the details. But I really hope and pray that he's willing to share, because it could actually help a lot of us, a lot of people out there. Because people still are out there really pushing this whole murder theory, and the facts to me do not add up to a murder. It just doesn't. There's too much evidence pointing against it. Fat Girl Magic. I like Fat Girl Magic, though. Fat Girl Magic, you are the bomb, girl. You've been in my life other times, and you always give great input. So I want to shout out to Fat Girl Magic. She actually looked drained and exhausted. She did. Exactly, Dinah. Your observations are on point. And you know what? As you guys are looking at this and analyzing it for yourself, it's helping you heal, because this was traumatic for all of us, even people who didn't even know Chesley. Like, there's people all over the world that are traumatized by this situation and they're confused. But I feel that we need to study this situation and learn from it, because it's going to help us learn to not, chase all these things. People think that because someone's a celebrity or because they have all this fame or money or everything, that is happiness, when it's not. And that's why I feel that, each of you guys are doing a wonderful job. Dinah, you're awesome, doing a great job. Fat Girl Magic, I shout out to you guys, because you guys are taking the time to really learn and analyze and learn for yourself, and look at the signs, because it'll help you also with people, like if you're seeing people that are doing the same things, then you will be able to identify it more, because it's so hard. It's so hard to identify it, especially when you have those stronger friends that, are, portraying this image of happiness, and then it'll make you be more aware of it, so that you can maybe be that one friend one day that can reach out and get that intuitive feeling that, my friend's acting, she's wearing a lot of black lately, I noticed in all her posts, she looks a little exhausted, she's her schedule's been a little busy a lot lately. Let me call her up and just see how she's doing. Let me drop by her house. She hasn't been calling me as much. You will start seeing things for yourself that you can help other friends and other family members and things like that, because this teaches us it doesn't matter what success you have. You may have that doctor or lawyer friend that has everything that you think is living that wonderful life, and they're actually in a crisis. And that's why I feel like we do need to get that closure by, going over this and learning from it. And in no way, you guys, am I trying to say anything negative about Chesley or offend anybody or her family members or anything. I'm just doing this as a way to get closure, because this was so traumatic for me. It was hard. There was times I could not sleep at night because I was so distraught, and I wrestled with this, but I knew in my spirit that the whole murder theory was not right. I knew in my spirit, because the more I looked at it and I looked at the numbers and looked at the actions, I'm like, this girl did this. This is not, my spirit was just, this girl did this, and all these things were, and I needed to learn from this. I needed to get closure, because this hit me more than a lot of the other tragedies that we see with celebrities and things like that. And I needed to do this for my closure and for my healing. I'm not trying to offend anyone or or say anything bad about April or anyone. People are taking things out of context or saying anything bad about LGBTQ. I don't know where people get that from. I never, not in none of my videos did I say anything about, somebody really thought that I said something about LGBTQ, and I did not. I have nothing against them. I have friends. I embrace everyone and whatever they do. I love everybody, literally. I don't feel I have a right to judge anybody, period. Okay. Aren't they supposed to be very happy once decided? So maybe it was impulsive. I don't think it was impulsive. Chesley's too analytical. Too analytical. She thought of everything, the pros, the cons, all that. But the fact is, I think she did deal with some level of psychosis, to the point when you're dealing with depression and you're thinking about self-conclusions, you are not thinking about how it will affect others. That is not the very last thing on your mind. All you're thinking about is relieving the agony and the pain and the hopelessness and the anguish and despair that you're dealing with at that time. And I'm not saying you guys, I'm just saying, the person is dealing with. So again, we cannot, this was not impulsive. Chesley's not an impulsive person. She's very methodical, and she analyzes things and she plans things. I know that it looks like that because she had all these plans and everything, but that's what people who are sadly contemplating these things, that's what they do. They plan all these things and they act even more happy because they already know what they're going to do. So they're even more happy than usual. They're, saying they're planning all these things, but in the inside, they already know what they're planning to do. So again, people are still trying to find a logical way to connect the dots. And if you keep doing that, you're just not going to ever really get to the truth, because this wasn't something that, in my opinion, was something that a normal, reasonable person would do. This is not a reasonable person analysis. This is someone who is going through depression, who may have reached some level of psychosis, and just a level that was so much for her that she could no longer bear it anymore in her mind. I have been going through dark times lately, but Jesus, I said, God, please help me now today. Heaven opened up again. Amen, Kevin. You're right, Kevin. I went through that too, Kevin. And I just really want to pray for you that in the name of Jesus, I come against whatever dark spirits or depression that the enemy's trying to place upon you, and I loose it in the name of Jesus. And I want you to pray that, every day when you're feeling that. But I went through that too, Kevin. I think a lot of us have dealt with that, where you feel that hopelessness and despair. And I want to encourage you like you did. You did a good job by, going to God in prayer and asking him to help you, because he helped me when I was feeling that way too. I went and I asked him, I cried out to him, and I told him to take the thoughts away, to deliver me. And he did. When you cry out to the Lord, he said he will hear his people's cry when you cry out to him. And then you also have to remember, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. So you just have to have hope that joy will come. We will go through those dark times, you guys. We will face those hopeless moments. But if you just hold on just a little longer and have that faith, you will overcome it. You will see better days. And the good thing about life is it gives you a chance to start over. It gets you a chance to grow. But if you don't give your life a chance to do that, and you end it, then you cut off all hope. You permanently cut off every chance of changing and having that hope. So I'm sorry for being emotional, but I'm just saying, I just want to do an encouragement session for all of us, because I feel for me. I mean, the Chesley thing affected me in a way. It had me a little depressed. It did. And I had to pray that spirit off me. And I've been doing affirmations every day, and it has really been helping me and building my spirit. And I've been doing prayers and confessions. I have this book called Prayers and Confessions, and speaking that word out loud. And that's what you need to do. That is the way you fight those thoughts. The way you fight the enemy is you speak the word over your life. You speak affirmations, because you're fighting those words and you're renewing your mind. You're speaking to your mind and you're filling your mind with positive thoughts, because if you don't fill your mind with positive thoughts, then it just leaves room and space for the enemy to come in and bring all the extra demons that he brings with him to torment you more. That's why you constantly study the word and feed your mind daily. Talk to yourself in the mirror. Say positive things to yourself every day. Exactly, Angela. You are so right. And everybody on my live, I want to encourage you guys to do that, because I've been doing that. and it has made a significant difference in my life. It has empowered me. It has encouraged me. It has built my confidence in a way that I've never experienced before. I mean, I'll go outside and be like, I am, a winner. I am invincible. I am powerful. I am inspiring. I am, whatever I feel, whatever. But it really has been working. At first, when I started, and I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. When you first start, it feels weird, and you're like, "What is this? I don't believe this." But I'm telling you, just keep doing it. And as you do it over a couple months, or at least a month or two, you'll start believing it. It'll start becoming a reality for you, and it empowers you, and it makes you feel a sense of way. So, Angela, you are on point. Angela, do you do affirmations if you're still here? Angela, yep, girl, I'm a vegan too. That's my girl, Angela, my girl. I'm vegan since being vegan. I am more positive, upbeat, plus helping animals. Exactly, Angela. When I became vegan and I started eating organic whole foods, also, you guys, remember we talked about Chesley's diet, that her favorite food was junk food. Junk food can cause more depression. It can cause, and I remember I used to eat a lot of junk food too, and I used to feel so depressed. But since I've changed my diet, you guys, I've been eating a lot of fruits and vegetables, and I've been vegan, and I have never been more happier in my life. I literally wake up happy, like I'm Mary Poppins or something. I'll be like, woo, let's go. I have so much energy, you guys, like too much energy sometimes. I need to go to sleep, and I'm never really tired because I'm always energetic. It gave me so much energy. It has raised my emotional level. So you guys, a nutritional diet, and I will be doing some videos on nutrition and health, because it does affect your mood. It can affect you. And if you're eating unhealthy and fast foods and sweets, it can also amplify if you're dealing with depression. So you have to change your diet. And I want to encourage you to Google that, because different foods you eat can affect your mood level. So Angela, I'm so glad that you brought that up, because it is very true. Since I've been vegan, I have been the most happiest that I've ever been in my life, to be honest. To be honest with you, I am always bubbly now. I'm bouncy. Sometimes too much, you guys. I got way too much energy. But the vegan diet has helped me. So I want to encourage you guys to, look at the foods that you're eating. Minimize the sugars and sweets. I think I have a video somewhere on my page about the dangers of sugar, but sweets and junk food can amplify depression. And Chesley was eating lots of junk food. She loved her junk food. A lot of interviews she talks about that she ate a lot of junk food, even to the point where she encouraged Miss Universe to do that, because she used to be roommates with Miss Universe. And Miss Universe really wasn't that into sweets. And then when she started roommating with Chesley, there's a funny live where she's all like, I've been eating a lot of sweets now because Chesley's been encouraging me to eat all this sugar and stuff. And I mean, that's not exactly the word she said, but that's what she said, essentially. I'm just summarizing her statement. But she was saying that, since she's been around Chesley, she's been noticing she's been eating a lot of junk food. And that can correlate with depression. It can amplify depression. And you notice how people who are depressed, they're usually at home eating a lot of junk food. And all that does is just feed into the depression. So if you're feeling depressed, change your diet too. Start eating that fruits and vegetables and kales and salads, and feed your diet with all the holistic foods, and that will help you to build and work on healing from that depression. Depression is not just emotions, it's the food you're eating. Also, a way to combat depression is exercise. I remember I was under a high level of stress because I work 60 hours a week, you guys, as a lawyer. It's crazy. But the way I combat stress is I do daily walks and exercise. I go to dance classes almost every day. I do nice nature walks and go walk to the river and meditate. And it helps me balance my moods. I eat very holistic, healthy diet. So it's not just mental, you guys. There's the aspect of the exercise, the aspect of your diet. You have to incorporate all that. And Chesley exercised a lot. So that part, she had that down packed, but then she's still eating, the junk foods and stuff, and that amplifies those levels of depression. Okay, African religion is, oh, well, I wouldn't go into that. COVID is teaching us a lot of lessons. Exactly, Angela. It felt like I learned a lot of life lessons from COVID. Like I do believe in that, the word of God, when he says all things work to our good. I really believe that, because it taught me to slow down. Before COVID, I literally was rarely at home. I rarely see my house. I probably would come home at about maybe 9, close to 10 every day. And I'm like shower in bed, maybe have some dinner or something, but that's about it. I really even was at home or to be able to enjoy my home. I didn't get the chance to watch a movie or cook a meal because, girl, y'all already know I can't cook. I'm going to be real with y'all now. I'm an attorney and I don't have no time. I'm like Cheslie on that part. She didn't cook either. She made me feel better because I thought I was the only one. I'm going to keep it real on here, guys. And when she said she couldn't cook, I was like, okay, Lord, I am not the only one. Angela, maybe you can teach me how to cook. Give me some recipes, girl. My working days are over. Thank goodness for retirement. Ooh, Nancy, I am jealous. Girl, why are you going to make us all in the chat feel bad while we got to work? I am jealous, girl. Congratulations, though. America, some people are waking home that why lots of people quit their jobs. Exactly. Girl, a lot of people have quit their jobs since COVID. You guys already see the high unemployment rate. People are walking off jobs because of just, emotional exhaustion. They're not being treated right at these jobs and they're done with it. I mean, again, I'm proud of those people because they're like, you know what, I'm done. If you're not going to treat me right at this job, if you're going to continue to oppress me and not give me time off, because these jobs do not give these people vacation. My job really didn't do anyway. But these jobs are not giving people vacation and time to have mental health breaks. And I'm proud of these people for taking a stand to say, you know what, I'm done. I will find a job that will respect me. And I encourage you guys to do that. I remember I would do the same thing even before COVID. If a job did not treat me right and I was feeling depression at that job and it was affecting my mental health, I would walk off jobs. And I know people think that's crazy. I did. I didn't even have a job lined up. I just had my faith. And God took care of me, you guys, every time. People were thought, girl, you are crazy. You need to have a job lined up. My mental health to me was more important than money for me. My mental health was more important for me for acclimates. I always put my happiness and mental health first. So if a job was treating me bad, I literally would just put my 2-week notice in. And I'm not telling you guys to do that. I'm just telling you how I used to be. And I just noticed that I would just put my faith in God. And within a month or two later, God had me another job lined up. And, same thing. I have a friend just like that. She's a lawyer and she was dealing with issues recently on her job and she walked off and then she got offered 2 or 3 jobs. So put your mental health first. Your happiness comes first. The love of money is the root of all evil. Some people spend their whole life chasing money, chasing these careers that correlate with high income. People try to become lawyers because of the money. People try to become doctors and engineers because of the money, and they are not happy. A lot of lawyers are not happy. A lot of lawyers are depressed. A lot of lawyers commit self-conclusions, you guys. A lot of doctors do. And a lot of these people get into these careers not because they want to, but because of the money associated with it. You can't be chasing these careers because of that. Like, I believe one of them up here said, people were walking off the job. I think Angela brought up that point. Angela is on fire tonight. Angela, I need you to do a live on your page so we could hear, because you are on point. I will be spending President's Day reading the Bible. Nancy, I love you guys are becoming my best friend. I'm gonna keep it real. Angela, you my new friend. Nancy's my new friend. Dinah, my new friend. I got all these friends on here. What is it? You guys are really, Kevin, you becoming my new buddy. We got a new little friend group coming on there because you guys truly understand, what's going on in spiritual warfare. And yes, I agree with you guys. It is evil people. People are evil. People are cold. People are cold. There's so many trolls online. And it's, why though? Because they're unhappy in their life. And when someone's not happy in their life, they can only exert that energy out in the world. So they want you to be unhappy with them. What is that saying? Somebody put it in the chat. Is it bad, I don't know what's called, bad energy loves company or bad something loves company? I don't know it. Put it in the chat. You guys will know what I meant. Bad, I'm just going to make it up because I don't remember it, but it was like bad energy loves company or something like that. But that's what it is. Like if a person feels bad inside, you can tell a person and how they feel about themselves just by how they treat other people. If someone's negative and exerting negative energy and saying bad things, it's because they're unhappy and they feel bad inside. And so they want to bring that out and make other people, they want them to join the party with them. So that's what's going on there. Dinah, some have visions. Yeah. People bullying. There were a lot of people bullying Chesley. Oh, my homie on here. AOH06, you're back. What's up? People bullying Chesley still are just jealous. Yep, they were. They were jealous of her beauty, her intelligence, her accomplishments. She was literally the image to me of perfection. She really was. She was everybody coveted. And what did they do? They were jealous and they were unhappy with their life. So all they did is just tear her down because of their own jealousy and insecurities. Yeah, she accomplished, what these chats is going too fast. She's accomplished more in 30 years than they could in 130 years. Exactly, AOH. You be speaking. Every time you speak, you be bringing up good points. It was time for her to switch gears. It was, Grace. It was time for her to slow down, period. Chesley just needed to take a break and just say, no, I'm gonna take time off. And that's like example, most people in the entertainment industry are overworked. And you notice how people like, for example, Rihanna, she worked to exhaustion. She worked many years doing all these different albums. Just look at her career. And now you notice how she completely stopped doing any music for, I don't know how long it's been, 10 years or how long? You guys put in the chat how long she hasn't done music. When was her last album? I think it was 2008. And she has not done any more music. She totally walked away. And that's what people need to do. People need to say, you know what, I'm tired and I'm going to do a self-mental check. And if I need to take some time off and switch gears and do this other career that makes me happier and I can have a balanced life and slow down, that's what you need to do. Sometimes it's not about the money. It's not about the image. If you're not happy, you need to walk away. But you know, even though that was a part of this situation, I got to remind you guys, it was more than just that. She was dealing with the whole issue with the age thing too, and the bullying. She had other stuff she was dealing with too. So she had to really overcome all these hurdles to really get to that point of overcoming the depression that she was dealing with. It was a lot that she had to really hit each point to get over all of this. And she really could have used someone to intervene and help her spiritually, like maybe her pastor. I know pastors and spiritual leaders in church, if she was at least at home and she could have reached out to them to tell them all the struggles that she'd been facing, they could have really given her spiritual guidance, you know, on what to do, because she said she would go to people spiritually who could, you know, tell her what God was saying to them. So I feel like if she would have had that outlet to go to them, they would have been able to give her that guidance to say, you know what, the Lord is telling me that you need to slow down. The Lord is telling me this, this, and this, and this, you know, and helped her learn, you know, that next purpose in her life. But I just don't think the entertainment industry for her, even though she had the skills, I'm not saying she didn't have the skills and she could have been an actress. I'm not saying any of this, you guys. I'm just saying because of her mindset, being in the entertainment industry just amplified what she was already dealing with. And, you know, the perceptions of society and the pressures and all that. It just made it worse. I really need to start paying attention to my wardrobe from now on. Exactly, Nancy. Girl, I do now. Girl, I be Googling all my colors now. I've been doing it since I've been a psych major. I've been doing that, though. Everything I wear, I be looking it up. What does this mean? Because it has energy and exudes that energy. If you want to feel happiness, wear a color that brightens your spirit. If you need to feel confidence and you want to be that bold, assertive person and you're feeling a little timid, put on red. Red builds that confidence, that psychological. So I want you guys, like I said, I'm giving y'all a homework assignment. Sorry, I got to put y'all to work, but I want y'all, whatever color you decide to wear tomorrow, Google the psychology of, and put the color. For example, orange, the psychology meaning, the psychology meaning or personality psychology meaning of orange, and it'll pull it up and Google it and just read what it means, because that's the energy you are exuding when you wear that color. Even to the point like when you choose colors to paint your house. You know, some people choose certain colors and they wonder why they're having issues in the household. If you paint your house red and you notice now you're in a lot of arguments and there's aggression and verbal, physical abuse, well, you just put all that energy in your house by painting your house red. And then you wonder why your kids are bouncing all over the place and they can't sit down and they can't sleep because you painted the house red. Like, it goes all the way down to the colors you choose in your house. It truly is that deep. She might have been depressed, but I feel she did not. Yeah, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. Oh, wow, I wear black a lot. It's slimming. Yeah, Grace, girl. I know it does. Black does help people look thinner. I get it. But I would kind of limit that color black because of the sorry, I'm stuttering right now. The symbolic meaning of it. It does symbolize depression, hopelessness, a lot of just negative. That's why I really don't wear black that much. That's one of the last go-to colors for me. Just be prayed up if you want to wear that color, because really it's just drawn in that symbolizes misfortune. It symbolizes danger. We talked about a lot of the meanings. You guys can look this up yourself. It symbolizes mourning, grief, depression. It does have some positive meanings, but just the fact that it symbolizes an atmosphere of darkness, I just don't really want to be associated with that color because of that fear, mystery, uncertainty, void, fight with the dark force. I just don't want to have that energy on me. So I really rarely, and I didn't even know this but I didn't know why. I just really rarely wore black. I never liked that color and I never knew why. But now that I'm reading this is why I would not want to wear that color ever. Prone, it says, however, in people prone to depression, this shade, okay, I'm gonna say this about 3 times, guys, so don't get mad at me. It says, however, in people prone to depression, if you're prone to depression, this shade often causes depression. That's what it says right here. I'm gonna show y'all so y'all can read it yourself because I don't want y'all to think I'm lying. Okay, read that last sentence for yourself. It says, however, in people prone to depression, this shade often causes depression. Black color psychology. The black color presses on the individual. He evokes anxiety, gloomy thoughts, is able to cause aggression. If a person has a stable psycho-emotional background, dark tones will not affect them in any way. So if you guys know you got to know yourself. If you know that you're not prone to depression and you have, mental health, balance in your life, and you can control that, and you know that about yourself, go ahead, wear black. But if you are a person prone to depression, this is what it's telling. This shade often causes depression. So you got to do a self-examination. And if you are dealing with depression, some of you guys in the chat said you're dealing with depression, stay away from the color black. That's not your color until you can really, overcome that depression. And then maybe you can reconsider. But if you know that you've been battling depression and you're dealing with hopelessness, and thoughts in your mind and mourning and grief, you want to stay clear of those colors and you want to search colors that can amplify your mood and build you up. Okay, let's see. So no notice because they were not looking for signs. I'm not sure what you mean, Dinah. You can explain that if I got it wrong. Thank you, TW. Okay. I always thought that she needed her family. She did. She was very close to her family, Grace. And that's kind of the culture of the South. And if you notice, Chesley was always codependent on her family her whole entire life. For 28 years, she lived near her family, to the point where she selected the law school that she went to, the undergrad that she went to, all in North Carolina. That's the same. The reason why I compare myself to her, and it's not to say I'm, just like her. I'm just doing it as a way to show you guys I can get what she's feeling. That's what I would do. That's what I did. When I went to college and law school, I specifically chose schools near my home so that I could be near my family, because that's very important to me as an introvert. I needed to be near my mother, number one, because I was very clingy to my mom. Like, I needed to be in the same city as her at all times. So I chose colleges and law schools that was in that city. Similarly, that's what Chesley did. She chose the undergrad and the law school, and even her boyfriend that we just talked about, the one that Peyton Barker, we finally got to figure out who he was. Even he was in North Carolina, and that culture is, you guys, we talked about it. And so, what you guys know about Southern Belles? You guys put in the chat how Southern Belles are. They're very family oriented. Their goal is to get married. That's very a culture thing out there, and have kids. That is the culture. So I know Chesley has said in interviews that she was okay with the idea of the Hollywood entertainment life and all these celebrities who get married in later ages. But that is entirely contrary to how she was raised, how she saw her mother always married with kids, how she was raised in the North Carolina culture, how she was there her whole life until she turned 28. So yes, she spoke things, but it's not it's contrary to what she has been raised around. So that was a pressure that she dealt with, whether she said it or not. It's the pressure, underlying pressure that she dealt with in that culture as being a Southern belle in North Carolina. And she met the one. She met Peyton Barker. That was the one, her one that she was going to marry. and something traumatic happened where it was a downfall. I really believe, I told you, I really wish that she didn't win Miss USA, not because I don't want to see her successful, but because I want to see her here with us today. And I feel like Miss USA was horrible for her. She was bullied by trolls when she won Miss USA. This is when all the stuff really started amplifying. This girl already was dealing with depression before. This was a long thing that she dealt with since, I mean, a long time. We talked about it in other videos. You got to really go watch all the videos and you'll get the context. But I'm saying Miss USA made it worse. Not Miss USA organization. I'm saying when she won, because now the trolls came along, bullying her about her age, her looks, her muscular body. Then she lost the one and only one she loved the most, and she was going to, in her mind, wanted to marry. Her family loved him. Her mother loved him. Even her stepfather loved him. They were all in the comments. You guys can go look at it yourself. You don't need me to tell you that. The comments are there. Read the comments. That's what I want to encourage you to do. Just read through the comments. And they were on there, my favorite couple. Parents aren't going to just put that on there for looks. They liked Peyton. They wanted April to marry him. And that is the Southern culture. Even if Chesley felt that she was okay, like other celebrities, to get married later on in life and may or not have kids, I don't think that's what she really felt. And the fact that she met the one and she was going to, in her mind, probably marry this guy. This was the love of her life. And that one person that each of you guys have dated before, that was the love of your life. And you probably can put him or her name in a chat right now, but put their name in a chat right now. That one person you can't seem to get out your head, that was Peyton Barker for Chesley. So I don't honestly believe her statement when she talked to Mike Johnson on that live about saying that she's okay with possibly not getting married. That is not true. I think that she, in her heart, truly, if there was a way, she would have married Peyton. And like someone said in the chat, I really wish they did get married, because I believe she would be here today. I really do. She would be here today. It's so sad, but she would. The word of God says 2 is better than 1. So saying that she wanted to live alone and all that, given that all the life that she was raised around in the South, her mother being married, all the other cultural families that are married in the South, that is a tradition, that is a value that they embrace. And then now she's 30 years old. Even if she's in New York and she's in the entertainment industry, that's still an underlying pressure, you guys, because of her upbringing, because of the culture she's been around all of her life, that Southern Belle culture, to get married and to have kids. Even if she has moved to New York, it's still embedded in her. That's all she's known for 28 years of her life. So until she moved to, until she moved to New York when she was 28. So that's why I said 28 years. I don't want people to say, oh, well, she's 30. I know that. I'm saying for 28 years, she lived with her family. And most of that time it was in North Carolina, because I know she was born in Michigan, but she eventually lived most of her life and had strong ties in North Carolina. But for her winning Miss USA, I don't think Chesley would have ever moved from North Carolina. But for her winning Miss USA, she would have been married to Peyton Barker by now. They probably would have had a couple of kids. She may still even be in the legal field. Who knows? I really think she probably would have still stayed in the legal field. Probably wouldn't have been happy in it. Not going to lie, because she wasn't really happy in it. But she may have still, fought through it. She would have had, her father there to encourage her through it. I do think she would have probably, if she stayed in North Carolina, still been a lawyer. I think being a Miss US, being in New York and having this other opportunity just gave her an escape way out of the job she wasn't happy in. So in her mind, it was a way to get out of what she wasn't happy in, that legal field. But I do believe if she stayed in North Carolina, she would have been married by now. And she would have been married to Peyton. They would have probably had some kids by now. And she would have been here today. That's why I just feel like if you really look at the whole story and all the interviews, if you have time to start just kind of go through and dissect these different interviews, a lot of them are that Miss USA. There's a Miss USA page on YouTube that has tons of interviews on there, and her TikTok and her Instagram and all of that. I just feel like this whole winning the Miss USA and going to New York really kind of sent her down a spiral, and truly just wasn't a good thing for her. especially somebody who's dealing with mental health issues already. She was already dealing with it already. And then you put her in that type of environment. It's just not a healthy thing for her. And then to be isolated from her family in a depressing, New York is very, very depressing place to be. It's not a good place to be alone. It's good that her family siblings came out to visit her here and there, but it's different to visit and then not live far away. So I just want to emphasize that too, because someone said, well, she did visit, her family did come visit her. Yeah, they visited her in New York, but then they went home. They're not where she can drive to her sister's house if she's having a nervous breakdown, or she could drive to her mother's home and just let her mom embrace her, because you know she was very codependent on her mother. And yes, she could talk to her mother on video chat, but that's different than being there. It's a completely different feeling when you're that far away. Imagine if her mom was in New York and she had that nervous breakdown. She could easily call her mom over there. Her mom would have been there and dropped everything with a quickness. Her mom probably would have been there with her that night, because they were always inseparable. So that night, her mother would have been in the house. This wouldn't have even happened. That's what I'm saying. I feel like the New York thing, in combination with the USA thing, the bullying, the age, the overwork, all of this stuff. I told you, the marriage expectation, especially in that Southern Belle, North Carolina atmosphere, culture, expectation that she's grown around all her life. And she's seen her own mother married throughout her life. Her mom stayed married. Either she was married to the father or married to Mr. Simpkins, but she's been married throughout. And that's the culture out there, you guys. You know, that's the whole expectation, is for that Southern Belle to be married with children. Even if Chesley talked about it in interviews that she was okay and she's seen celebrities who did the contrary, but that's not how she was raised. So we have to understand there still was that pressure on her based on her upbringing. Okay, thank you. I am prone to depression. Wow, I'm okay though. Okay, so Grace, if you are prone to depression, black, do not wear black anymore. That's not your color, sweetie. And you already know what to do, guys. I think I've seen some of your videos up, some of your posts up there that you're already working, you know, on daily, you know, exercises and your affirmations and your prayer. So just keep doing that. Depression is a long thing to get through, but it's something you can overcome. You definitely can. I've been through it, and you can, you know, with prayer, reading the word, affirmations, therapy. But like I said, you got to combine it. You can't just do therapy, because that's not enough. But you can overcome it, Grace. And I'm praying for you too. I will be praying for you. I'll add you to my prayer list. See, wasn't she Miss USA for 2 years? She was, Donna. She was the longest reigning Miss USA ever in history, because, you know, she did it during the COVID, during 2019, but then they couldn't have Miss USA competition in 2020, so she had it another year. So yes, she had it another year, which was kind of a blessing, because she was, I think she still was roommating with Miss Universe. So she had a roommate, you guys. That's the difference between now and when she was Miss USA. When she was Miss USA in New York, she had Miss Universe living with her. So if she was having an episode or depression, her roommate was right there. However, when she gave up that title, it led to a spiral downhill, because she was all alone, isolated. That just really amplified what she was already dealing with. And not having that quick access to somebody can really cause a detrimental downfall to someone who's dealing with mental health and depression already, for all these other reasons we talked about. Something triggered her during her most vulnerable time of need. Love, rest in peace. Yes, Veronica, something else did. And we talked about the family dysfunction. We don't know if that one last thing just was the last thing. It's like you have this pile up. I don't know if you guys play that Jumanji game or whatever, and you put that one last block up and the whole tower comes falling down. That, you're exactly right. That's exactly what happened here. It's like, this is something you continue to deal with for so long, and then it's just like to the point where she could no longer bear, you know. Almost 2 years. If she would still be here today, I wish that too. She wouldn't have been. I really do, Angela. I'm not even wishing anything bad on her, but I'm just looking at the whole picture, and I just think that winning that title just added all this stuff to someone who was dealing with mental health. I really think that this is something she battled for a long time. And I'm trying to remember, I need to go back to the Laura article, but actually, let me pull that Laura article up. Let's see real quick. Hold on, guys. Chesley. Laura. Because I'm trying to figure out the timeline when she did that 8-day stay in the hospital. Maybe you guys could put it in the chat, because that really was a significant period where there needed to be a intervention. Okay, presenter. Why is it not showing the... Okay, reflects on turning 30. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to find that section in here where she said she stayed. Eight days in the hospital. 30 list, but they are unfortunate. I competed in, see, this girl was all about being busy. She said, I competed in moot court, won essay competitions, earned local, regional, national, executive board positions. This was all the things she was focused on. I nearly worked myself to death. People are missing all this in the article. This is a cry for help. If this isn't red flags to you, I don't know what else to tell you guys. I'm going to just give up, because really this Allure article is all you need. I nearly worked myself to death. And that's exactly what she did this current time around. The same thing. Remember we talked about the 48 hours before she did what she did? She had a pack week. It's like she thought she learned, but she didn't. I nearly worked myself to death. Literally until an 8-day stint in a local hospital sparked the development of a new perspective. But it didn't. She thought it was a new perspective, but she kept doing it. She even talked about with Mike that in that interview with him on Instagram Live, I think I linked it to a video. There's a bunch of links in those other videos that I did. But she says when she talked to him, when she broke up with her boyfriend, how heartbreaking it was, she just buried herself in the next all the things on her schedule. And then she did this video of her daily schedule, and she woke up at 4 o'clock and had all this crazy stuff and went to the gym and all this other stuff. And I was so tired watching that video, you guys. I was stressed. I had to go take a walk. I was like, there's no way. And this was, like I said, this was before this all happened. But this is, so let's read this paragraph, because this is where we really got to figure out when that 8-day stay had, because that's a significant period where there needed to be an intervention. There should have been spiritual interventions to sit her down and get her life balanced. But that she said it developed a new perspective, but her actions are contrary to this statement. So let's read this paragraph. When I graduated from college, so this was after college, and opted to continue my studies at Wake Forest University, I decided I earned a law degree and an MBA at the same time. Okay, why stop at 2 degrees when you can have 3? This is a person who loves to achieve accolades, and nobody wants to listen to me on this, but it is so true. This is a deep issue that she dealt with, because she wanted to be in all this stuff. I joined a trial team at school and won a national competition. Again, look at all these acclimates. This is all she's done all her life. I competed in moot court. I won essay competitions and earned local and regional and national executive board position, all this stuff. This is just not a real person in your mind, just all these acclimates. This is what she has lived her life doing. Key words here. I nearly worked myself to death. So this was during the time that she was in law school, pursuing the law degree in correlation with the MBA. This was before she graduated. During the time that she was in law school, you guys, she was trying to accomplish all these things: moot court, essay competitions, earn local, regional, national, executive board positions, worked herself to death, and landed in the hospital. That should have been the time where everybody should have intervened and completely stopped her, slowed her down, and changed her future from then on. But that did not, she says in the last sentence, spark development in a new perspective. That didn't happen. We know that didn't happen, because we can just look at her schedule. After she graduated law school, got the MBA and all that stuff, she went on to, and I'm sorry to revisit this stuff, but this is really coming clearer and clearer as I go back to this article. She went on to go to her career as a lawyer, but she also was doing Big Brother, Big Sister. She did the Dress for Success. Look and see how she's always got to do multiple things. She did she did traveling. She talked a lot in her interviews about traveling every weekend, you guys, when she was The times when she wasn't winning the North Carolina titles, she had law stuff that she was doing or competitions. And every weekend she had to fly out to some place every weekend. And this is before she even won Miss North Carolina. That is exhausting. I'm already tired talking about that. I would not want to do that. Every weekend I got to go on a flight. She said it was an accomplishment, but she wasn't realizing in her head. She thought that she had developed a new perspective, but we know she really didn't, because she was still joining all these things just like she did in law school. Remember, we talked about the moot court essay competition, all that stuff. Then she graduates. She does law school. Becomes a lawyer, but she's doing the Dress for Success, the Big Brother, Big Sister, the online business. This is just making me tired listing all this stuff out. She, like, the balance wasn't there. Just that's how Chesley was. And then when she finished that, she became Miss USA and was traveling all over the country, doing multiple interviews, sometimes in a day. Then she worked on Extra, and then she's still doing it. She's still traveling all over the country. You notice it started with that 8-day stint in law school, and when she was pursuing the law degree and MBA, you guys. That was the day where she really should have found that new perspective, she says in that last sentence. But we know that's not what happened. She kept doing it, which eventually drove her to this point. So you guys really need to study that paragraph. It's really, when you start putting the timeline, get your little notes together, that timeline starts during law school. And she said that she had a new perspective, but we know that's not true, because we know that after law school, she kept up with all these different, just multiple things going on, to the point where it drove her to utter exhaustion. Plus now you add the age thing and all the others. It just, oh my God. And then you got to add the lost relationships. This girl was dealing with a lot. And that intervention should have started that time when she did that 8-day stint in a local hospital. Somebody should have stopped her right there and said, look, you cannot keep doing this anymore. We need to figure out your life, but you are not going to be doing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and traveling all over the world. That is not what a normal human can do. And that's what we need to learn from this, is balance. It was horrible that there were trolls commenting her memorial service. Are you serious, anime? Trolls still saying stuff? These people are sick. Yep, girl, we all have that one. Exactly. She had the longest reign in history. She did, TW. She did. I couldn't imagine being famous on top of depression. Right, Krista, having the entire world knowing you. Exactly, Krista. I would not want that on anybody. I don't want to ever be famous. Gives me anxiety just thinking about it. Right, Krista? Imagine your depression being depicted all over the world. That's why she really also felt like she couldn't open up to people. She had to keep that on lock. That's why she didn't talk about her relationship. She don't want her relationship in the tabloids. People are like, well, she didn't talk about her relationship, so she's in the LGBTQ community. Just because someone doesn't want to share their relationship, that doesn't mean they're ashamed of it. And Chesley's not that type of person. She's not ashamed of it. She just doesn't want all that in the tabloids and people talking about her business. And I respect that. Some celebrities don't want you talking about their business. So basically, she was the longest reigning Miss USA for her time. Yes, because the pandemic. Yes, Dinah, exactly. The pandemic added that extra year because they had to cancel the Miss USA competition in 2020. So it gave her that extra year. Are there requirements that she could not be with her boyfriend during that time? No, Dinah, there wasn't. But you guys already know, and I know maybe you guys know about relationships. When you do long distance relationships, it can have a wear and tear on your relationship. And add that on top of that, her busy schedule. This woman was traveling all over the country doing all these speeches. She didn't have really time to spend with her boyfriend. And there's the love languages, you guys. If you guys read that 5 love languages book, if those love languages are not being met in a relationship, it can cause wear and tear. It can cause, people to cheat, people to break up. And I think that her winning Miss USA put a strain on that relationship, as sad as it is. And I honestly believe if she stayed in North Carolina and had not won Miss USA, they would be married today. Facts. It was the whole fact of leaving and moving and that long distance strain and, the busy schedule that didn't really allow her to spend time with him that really caused the divide in that relationship and the ultimate demise of that relationship, in my opinion. I do not know about the cheating allegation that people are saying. I have no facts to back that up, so I'm not even going to go with that theory. But it can open the door to that. When your love language is not being met in a relationship, it does open the door for the enemy to come in and bring in other temptations that are allegedly meeting those needs. So it could be a logical inference, but we have no idea if that was the case. All that agenda was so much when she reboot. Eventually compounded exhaustion beyond that. I don't know what that means. Sorry, guys. It's crazy 8-day stay is nowhere long enough. Exactly, Krista. I feel like there should have been a longer therapy. There should have been an extreme intervention after that happened. And that's during school, you guys. And then she now took that same busy schedule. She said it was a new perspective, but I'm trying to figure out where the new perspective was implemented, because I'm looking at her whole life after that, and I was exhausted. There's a video out there about her schedule, and this is after she graduated law school, after the 8-day stay, you guys. And she still had a crazy schedule from 4 a.m. all the way to late in the night or whatever she had going on. So it's like, I don't know what new perspective she had, because it looked like she just carried on doing the same thing. So I don't know. And she still had a bunch of stuff. I remember she talked about all their interviews about doing this, the different organizations she supports, because she has to go to those places and do, public speaking and advocacy and stuff like that. Plus, she's doing her different businesses, and she has to keep that going. She has all these blogs and websites she has to maintain. This woman was exhausted. I'm telling you, that was too much for her and for any person. That really had a contributing factor in this. And I know people don't want to agree, but it truly did. You cannot keep and carrying on like that. She already showed that this is something she can't handle by the 8-day stay during law school. She didn't even graduate yet. She was just in law school pursuing her degree in MBA, and she had a nervous breakdown in school because she was on the moot court, won essay competitions, earned local, regional, national executive board positions, nearly worked herself to death. You guys, and that's what happened in this situation. That's in the last post confirms it. May this day bring you herself, bring me. She should have, rest in peace. But she didn't say me because she wanted to separate herself from herself. That was the psychological way to give her the strength to really do what she did. Furthermore, high functioning depression is not a real diagnosis. It's not TW. It's not like a real medical diagnosis. It does not exist in the DSM-V. It's not. TW, you bring up a good point that it's not. I do believe because of what happened to Chesley, they are going to start looking more into it, and eventually it will become a medical diagnosis. I really predict that that'll happen eventually, because her situation shed light on what a lot of professionals deal with. A lot of attorneys deal with the same situation, overworking themselves to death. I mean, to the point where they have no time for family. I've talked to so many lawyers that don't even go to their kids' games. Their kids always with the nanny. A lot of high divorce in the legal field. Tons of people get divorced. I mean, I remember I worked at a family law firm, and when I worked at this family law firm, we're supposed to be the one helping our clients with the divorces. But both of my coworkers were in the process of getting a divorce, you guys. I was like, how are we over here helping our clients and y'all over here getting divorced? A mess. But a lot of professions do that. Doctors do. Doctors work themselves. So we've got a lot of professions that are dealing with high functioning depression, and it's going to eventually be something that professions study, and it will eventually become a medical diagnosis. I think that the situation with Chesley shed light on this issue that a lot of our high achievers, our overachievers have been battling. And I believe they need to take more study into this so that we can help save other people in the future. If we really do start addressing this with other people, we can, I believe, work towards helping a lot of the people that are battling depression and as our doctors and our lawyers. Long distance relationships don't work a lot of the time. Exactly, Angela. Girl, you hit it on the nail. Man, if I knew at the time, hindsight 2020, knew at the time when she won that title, and she, was going to move to New York and leave her boyfriend, you could already predict that was going to fail. They were going to break up right during that first day when we showed you that picture. I don't know if you guys came on the live. Did any of you guys see maybe I'll do it one more time real quick, because I think a lot of people came on the live late. but we went through the Facebook of Peyton Barker. Maybe I'll do a quick run through. You guys can also, he is the boyfriend of 2 years. They were together from 2017 to 2019 of August 19. And they were a power couple. He had an MBA. He went to University of Southern Carolina. I believe that was the same school that Chesley went to. He also obtained an MBA from Louisiana State, and he has a very good career with SAI business. He has a LinkedIn. You can look up his LinkedIn as well. But they were a power couple, you guys. Like I said, as a Black attorney, it's really difficult to find that counterpart that really is your other half. And Chesley found that in Peyton. That's why I really can infer that this was the guy that she saw herself marrying. April Simpkins loved him. That was her favorite couple. She put a hashtag. Even the stepdad loved them when they were always on the comments, just, you know, rooting them on. He was a director, enterprises sales, and he had an MBA just like Chesley. So this was her dream guy, her potential husband. I don't know if you guys came on late, so I'll do a quick picture of him, but you can look him up on Facebook. He does have the same photos up still of when he was with Chesley, and he's a very handsome guy, by the way. If the mom is her best friend, you don't know something is wrong with your best friend, your mom, you can't feel it. Grace, come on, girl. If you are a parent, sometimes parents don't know everything that's going on with their kids. To keep it real, let's be real. There's sometimes you would be surprised what your kids are getting involved in. Not everybody knows every single detail. So we don't want to put that weight on April, even though they are best friends. I mean, some kids are good at hiding certain things from their parents. It's really true. I've talked to so many parents, I don't know if you guys in the chat, where you'll find out later on that your kid is doing something you would never think that they're doing. You're like, I didn't know my kid was doing that. Like, where did that come from? Because kids are good at hiding stuff, especially Chesley. Especially Chesley. I mean, look what we're dealing with now, all confused because of all her posts showing how happy and bubbly she was. Look at all her coworkers that are all confused, that are also saying how wonderful and happy and on she was at all times. She was the same way for her family. So I don't want to really put that on April, but I do feel April should have been a little bit more alert given this Allure article, and that the fact that her daughter ended up in an 8-day stay in a hospital during law school. I would have been on my kid left and right, especially knowing my kid's schedule is starting to be busy again like it was in law school that caused that initial nervous breakdown. I would have been in my child's ear saying, you need to slow down, honey. Remember what happened in law school when you were pursuing that law degree, MBA, and you ended up in the hospital. You need to slow down. You need to drop some of these things. I know that you want to, you know, continue to help these people, but for your mental health, we need to, you know, eliminate some of these things. Go in prayer, talk to God about it, but you need to eliminate some of these things for your own mental health, or at least limit some of them so that you're not constantly on the go every day. And take a vacation, honey. Like, I would have been on my kid. If my kid is in the hospital 8 days, I'm going to be really monitoring that child very closely. So I don't know what was going on with that. So I can agree with you, Angela, on that point right there. That to me would have had me really closely eyeing my kid after an 8-day stay in the hospital. I would be trying to really make sure I'm making sure my kid is not doing the same thing that led that child into the hospital before. So Angela, you make a good point. I would say I would agree with that. If the mom is, not Angela, sorry, Grace Kelly. So Grace Kelly, you made a good point. I do agree with you on that. If my kid, you know, for example, if my kid was in the hospital, I would be closely looking at that. Even though I still don't want to, let's not look at what we think the parents should do, because we don't know. Like, we don't know really what she did. What if Angela had that, what if April, sorry, Angela. What if April had that talk with her, you know, that night? And when she came to her mom about being depressed, and they've had a good discussion about it, and April was like, you know, don't worry about it, sweetie, you got this, or whatever. But then Chesley still decided to do what she, you know, decided to do. Sometimes parents can do so much. But if a child is going through that hopelessness and they want to decide to do, you know, what they have chosen to do to relieve it, sometimes it's out of a parent's control. We can't not, it's easy for us on the outside looking in to say what we think the mother should have did or the father should have did, but we really don't know, you know. When a person has made up their mind to do what they're going to do in these situations, sometimes, and especially there's two different things that happen in these situations. There's people that they they want someone to hear them, and they do an outcry, so they'll do an attempt, and that is the way to get attention, to get somebody to come in and help and intervene. But when a person wants to do what they want to do in these situations, sadly, sometimes a lot of people blame themselves and say, well, I could have did this to help them get this. But sometimes it doesn't matter what you do. If that person is determined to do what they want to do with, I'm not trying to say the word, I'm sorry guys, but they're going to do it. They're going to do it. You could talk to that person until they're blue in the face if they have decided. So it's just, sometimes we don't know really how bad and they're going through. So we can't blame the parents all the time, and we really don't know the facts. If April did intervene, we have no clue. We really don't. And so I just don't want to, go down that path of blaming anybody, or we really don't know. Strange unless there are things he just didn't know. Now it makes me wonder if being told that depression was a sign to her she lacked the perfection she may have felt she needed to achieve. Exactly, Dinah. Chesley was all about, perfection, achievements, acclimates. I mean, I am exhausted just reading this. I remember when I was an attorney and I was on mock trial and I was doing a legal intern at a law firm, but there is no way that I would have been doing moot court, essay competitions, local, regional, national, executive board position. There's no way I would be doing all that. I could barely get through law school to be balancing that out. We got to study for class and work, and I only did one or two things. I had my moot court, after studying for law school, I had my mock trial competition team, and then I did public service organization. But I always made sure I balanced it out. There was no way I would be able to do all the stuff that Chesley. I mean, the stuff that she was doing to me would make her to be superhuman, which is why she said she nearly worked herself to death. And then she kept doing it after she stayed in the hospital for 8 days. She kept doing the same thing. That girl was a robot. She just felt she had to keep going and going. Exactly, Angela. And she was, like I said, it's like a superhuman that no human could carry on that stuff, which is why we see that she even tells us, it's like she's speaking to us right now in her essay of what happened to her. This is basically her letter to the world of what happened. I nearly worked myself to death. And I can't believe reading that Allure article, people can't see all the red flags through this thing. This thing is a walking red flag, meaning like a cry out to the world. She was crying. I believe Chesley was really crying out for help in this Allure article, but nobody listened to her until it was too late. She really was crying out to the world to get help. This whole Allure article is a cry for help. When I read it, it was so depressing to me just to read it. And it just felt like nobody really took the time. Reading this, I feel like the publicist should have sat her down, because the publicist helped her edit this and write it. The publicist should have been like, sweetie, we really need to sit and talk, honey. Like, and we need to work on like balancing your schedule out, because she set up Chesley's schedule. She talked about even the 48 hours before this happened that she set up her schedule and her week was packed and all that. So she should have sat her down and said, look, this essay right here, honey, got me concerned. Okay, we're going to have to balance out your schedule. We're going to have to cut off some things, because we don't want, the same thing to continue to happen. We need to, eliminate some things, balance some things out. I feel like there should have been an intervention. I do feel that Chesley tried to cry out in indirect ways, but I just think that people just ignored her because she was always so happy and always so bubbly and always so exuded that strong outer shell that everybody thought she was fine. But she wanted help. She did. And she tried to speak it in an indirect way, but it was always overlooked because, understandably enough, people thought, well, she was, Chesley, she's fine. She's got this. But I really feel now that we look at these things, hindsight 2020, so easy to look at it now. It looks like she really was crying out for help in an indirect way. And it just, no one really, heard her. And she thought that she had developed a new perspective, but she didn't. Okay, a poor girl, she probably didn't sleep much at all, if at all. Exactly, Angela. When people are depressed like that and they're dealing with anxiety and she constantly overworked herself, she probably was up all hours of the night. But you know what? That's not always true, because she said in an interview before, Angela, I don't know, maybe when the depression really took on, that she stopped sleeping, especially the last night. She did really start having insomnia. Sorry guys, it's getting late. I'm starting to stutter now. Insomnia. She did say in one of her interviews that she tried to make an effort to get enough her 8 hours of sleep. So she said in other interviews that she did try to get sleep. So I don't know though. I believe, and this is just a theory because I have no evidence, I'm just telling you what her words were. Her words were that she did try to get her 8 hours of sleep. That was what she said in an interview. And she valued her sleep. But once that depression and the anxiety and the worry and the stress really takes over you, you start to slip on the things that you once focused on and maintained. Then you start ignoring, not ignoring, but what is the right word? You start, you really stop doing the things that you need to do to help your mental health. You start to deteriorate. Your diet starts to deteriorate. You're no longer eating healthy. You're eating junk food now. You're not getting the sleep that you're getting. So Angela, when that depression really did take over, she probably did stop sleeping as much as she used to when she was, trying to balance out her mental health. It's just not adding up to me. Something is off. I hope the family nor Chesley were ashamed of mental health programs. Yeah, Dinah, that's true. And the thing is, Dinah, you know why you're feeling that way, that something's off? Because there's so many holes in this situation. We don't really know all of the whole story. So you're always going to feel something is off because we don't have the full picture. And understandably enough, I respect the family's, choice to not share. If they don't want to share, they don't have to share. And that's why, I'm doing these videos and we do our research to help us to cope and get understanding for ourselves. Because I honestly believe if you don't really take the time to just really understand and get and learn from this, then you really won't have closure. You'll always go throughout wondering and questioning really what happened. So that's the reason why I was doing these videos for myself, to get closure for myself, because I know the family's not going to share anything. So Dinah, you will always feel like something's off because we don't have the full picture, and we never will, sadly. So we just got to try to, make the inferences from the articles and videos. She has tons of videos and interviews, and that's really the only way. Yeah, true, Krista, could have been bipolar manic. True. Some people go around undiagnosed and they may be dealing with a medical diagnosis of bipolar. And I'm not saying Chesley was bipolar, but I feel like her actions, to me, the way that she describes all the things that she was doing, that is something that someone who's battling bipolar, the bipolar disorder, that her behavior to me is consistent with someone who is dealing with a bipolar disorder. I'm not diagnosing her, and I'm not saying she is. As a psychology major, though, and studying the bipolar disorder, her behavior, the inhumane, basically, I'm not even saying the right word, but again, it's late, so forgive me of my language. But the fact that she's doing all this stuff, we just listed it, moot court, long interstate conversations, all this stuff, the regional, local, national, executive work positions. That's what bipolar people do. They go through these two different phases. One phase, they just feel like they can conquer the whole world, and they do all this, just tons of stuff, and they're Superman and all this stuff. And then they go through this huge level of depression. And it just seems like her actions seem so consistent with a person that could have been dealing with that. And again, we want to stay clear from diagnosing, but it just, her behavior and the way she's been going throughout her life really seems consistent with that. And if she had a little bit more medical intervention and the doctors really looking deep into her, they could have been able to, make some analysis and maybe a diagnosis and give her the medication that she needed. Because, even law students, just looking at this, law students don't even take on all this stuff. And I used to be a law student, and I've had many friends that went to law school, most of my friends and colleagues. And as much of an overachiever that pretty much most of them are, and they're all type A, I have not seen them do all the stuff that Chesley done. That's why I felt like she is like not human, you know, because I didn't see any of my, I mean, they did moot court and stuff like that, but they would choose something that they were passionate about and they would focus on that. And then maybe they would be in another organization. So they may be in moot court and then they're in like the public society or the Black law student society, you know, but they're not going to do moot court, essay competitions, earn local, regional. That is just too much. That is someone that I feel like is consistent with someone who may be dealing with some more underlying, it could have been bipolar, Krista, you could be onto something. It could have been something, but that's somebody that's really dealing with an imbalance in their life, which is, as you can see, the end result of that, where she nearly worked herself to death. And she's telling us exactly what happened in this same situation because she kept repeating the same thing. If you guys take the time and you listen to those interviews, and each time you'll see that she tells you exactly what she was doing. And it's always multiple stuff. It's extra TV, modeling contract, athletic contract. Then she's doing the Big Brothers Big Sister, Dress for Success. Look at all the lists. Aren't you exhausted me going through the list? Doesn't it sound familiar? As I'm going through that list, this is after law school, it sounds a lot like what law school was, right? So if she's doing the same thing, expecting a different result, what do you think is going to happen? Nearly work yourself to death. She did the same thing. She's giving us the answer in her article. She's telling us what happened in this situation. So this right here giving me this really right here is giving me closure for me, because it's like she's telling us exactly in the article what happened right now in this situation. Let's see what else. Some of this article is so deep. I've been taught by society to want when I continue to find only emptiness. Why work so hard to capture the dreams I've been taught by society? Let's read this. This is Chesley's words, you guys. People getting mad at me for doing this and saying I need to stop with these videos and stuff. I'm just speaking Chesley's words. I'm not, and that's the thing. They're offended by me doing these videos. All I'm doing is reading her words. I'm not saying anything that's just, out of thin air. This is what Chesley says. Why work so hard to capture the dreams I've been taught by society to want? She's not saying it's something she wants to do, right? She's not saying, do these dreams that I want to do. She's saying what external people, society's telling her she needs to do. Not that she wants to do it. When I continue to find only emptiness. I'm going to read that again, because this is really shedding light, and you guys should really get this. Why work so hard? This is Chesley's, like she's speaking to us right now. Why work so hard to capture the dreams I've been taught by society to want when I continue to find only emptiness? So all those people out there that are in the chat saying, well, she had the extra career, she had the beautiful body, the beautiful hair, she had all these acclimates, she was, everything everybody dreamed of. And she's telling you all she keeps finding, even though she has all these things that everybody's saying she had, she's still empty. She's still not happy. She still feels hopelessness. She's telling us, everybody, that that life that she had, all these achievements, was not giving her the happiness. She felt empty inside. Those posts and all the happy Instagrams and lives were not truly how she felt. She felt emptiness. No matter how much things she kept chasing, she felt more and more empty. Why pursue another plaque or medal or line item on my resume if it's only for vanity's sake? This is Chesley, you guys. People get mad at me, but I'm saying this is what she's saying. Rather than out of passion. Why earn more achievements just to collect another win? She's asking herself this. This is things that she had been battling with, you guys, in her mind. The things that she's speaking to us about is what she has been struggling with. All these things that she's done all her life has not brought her any happiness at all. The degrees, the MBA, the Miss USA title, the extra career, all of it did nothing to bring her happiness at all. She, at the end of the day, felt empty, searching for joy and peace. And I want to go back to this article, guys, because this, I think people kind of brushed over this article. And that's why a lot of people are so focused on all the acclimates and the achievements and the prestige and the fame and the beauty. And they're not looking at what Chesley told us with her own words. This is Chesley. Too often I noticed that the only person impressed by an accomplishment were those who wanted it for themselves. Meanwhile, I was rewarded with a lonely craving for the next award. Let's read that one more time. Meanwhile, I was rewarded with a lonely craving for the next award. This is powerful stuff, you guys. This is, and remember we talked about in the last video. You got to watch the last video to understand the context. But we talked about the last video, and people didn't want to believe me. They were arguing with the fact that, oh, well, she didn't need another goal. Most people who are her age have already accomplished everything that they're going to accomplish, and so they don't need any other goals. Yes, that's a normal person, you guys, but you guys got to go back to the article. Chesley is not a typical person. She tells you the type of person she is. She says in this article, I was rewarded with a lonely craving for the next award. So she's not the normal person like, oh, I've already achieved everything. I'm good. You know, now I can enjoy my accomplishments. No, when Chesley hit 30, she was searching for joy and purpose. But she couldn't find that. Like I talked about in my last video, she didn't have any concrete goals. Her goals at the time was, after she won Miss USA, remember it was Miss Universe, and then she talks about it in a subsequent interview that she wanted to, you know, build her extra stories, but that is not something a person like Chesley really is satisfied with. Chesley is, again, craving for the next award, but she didn't have anything next to accomplish because she had already accomplished everything that her mother has done. Everything. Pretty much everything. I can't think of one thing that she didn't accomplish except for not getting married and having kids. That's the only thing that was left. And who doesn't know if that really ate away at her? That one thing that was left for her to accomplish, she felt it was so far from reach because the one person that she loved the most, that she could perceive herself marrying, is now gone. Basically, she's no longer in a relationship with him. And you know, it's very difficult, like I said, as an African-American woman who has high achievements, to find that one power couple, that one companion. And she found him, and now she lost the one person that she could have seen herself marry and accomplish that final thing that her mom had. Who knows? And I'm just making an inference. But she lost him. And now she's talking about on TikTok that she's gone through all these failed dates and just it's not working out. And so now she has this interview with Mike Johnson where she's finally coming to say, well, then I'm just okay with not, you know, possibly getting married at all. And we know as a Southern belle, culturally, that is not accepted in that community. They embrace marriage and family. And her mother had that all throughout her childhood. She saw her mother married with kids. And she's craving the next award. And this one thing she feels is so far away from her reach. And it's even more unlikely because she's still stuck in New York in this career now that she may love, but now she's now lacking that relationship and that marriage that with her culture where she's been raised in, seeing her mother have, is so far from reach now that she feels, because she's in the entertainment industry. You know, in the entertainment industry, you guys know this, that most of those celebrities do not get married and have kids until later on in life because it's shunned in the entertainment industry to have kids and get married. A lot of music artists and actors and actresses cannot advance in that career if they're married and have kids. That's why a lot of their publicists and people that, you know, managers are always telling them, you know, you can't, you know, not, they discourage them from getting married and having kids. That's why you notice a lot of them wait till they're older, like Janet Jackson. The only person that we see that defied all that was Cardi B. So she's an exception. There's always an exception to the rule. So I know people are going to go in the comments and say, well, Cardi B had 2 kids. And yeah, okay, we get it. There's always exceptions. But the majority celebrities, Gabrielle Union, The majority of celebrities always end up getting married and having kids later on in life. Why is that? Because the entertainment industry teaches you that. But now we have a Southern belle, someone from North Carolina who has a slower culture in that community where it's, marriage, family first, religious values, all that stuff is what she's been taught all of her life. Her mother has lived that. She's accomplished everything her mom has done, except for this one exception, this one thing, and now she's in the entertainment industry where they're telling her basically, if you want to advance in this career, it's discouraged. Even if they didn't say that directly to her, but we know that is that's the expectation. Most of the women are shunned from getting married and having kids until later in life if they want to succeed in that industry. And she's very new into that career. She's only been doing it for 2.5 years. So she has a lot to build towards if she wants to advance. So she knows she's discouraged from getting that one thing that her mother has, that her culture as a Southern belle embraces. And the one person that she truly could have married, Peyton Barker, they have broken up. This is so traumatic for someone like Chesley to deal with. People don't realize how deep this was for Chesley. I mean, and a lot of it is in this article, but you have to look at, again, the upbringing of Chesley. You got to look at the values in her family, the culture that she was raised in. This is deeper than just, looking at some interviews and looking at an article. You got to look at the background, childhood of someone and what they've dealt with and the values that they embraced as a kid. But this article, let's just look a little bit more. This is so deep, you guys. Meanwhile, I was rewarded again. I want to say that one more time because this is just speaking so loud. I was rewarded with a lonely craving for the next award. Some would see this hunger and label it competitive. Others might call it unquenchable thirst of insecurity. Let me see what else we can find here. It filled, okay, in fact, let me see if we can find one more thing in here. Pageant girls are supposed to be model tall. Okay, so this is Chesley, I believe Chesley dealt with a lot of insecurity too. That's one thing we haven't talked about, is that Chesley did deal with a lot of insecurity. People would be like, well, she had everything that any woman would want. She had beauty, career, intelligence, but sometimes those people who have it all deal with insecurities. And this article really sheds light on that. She talks a lot about the expectations in the pageant industry and how they need to be model tall, slender, the things that she felt she didn't have, She said, but my 5'6" frame won the 6-pack abs, which is something that's usually not embraced in the pageantry world. They don't want you to have the extra muscular body. They want it to be more feminine, be fit, but not be too fit, basically. And she's saying everything that, she wasn't, basically, is, that was everything that she was not accepted in the pageant world, but she won. So that's good. But she faced insecurities because the pageant world told her that she didn't fit the mold. So even though, yes, she won, even after winning, she still dealt with it from trolls and bullies telling her that, you're too muscular. There's people that said she looked like a man. Trolls saying, oh, you look like a man, you're too muscular. Like all the things, bringing out that insecurity that she dealt with through pageantry that told her that she wasn't good enough. She had to compete for the Miss North Carolina pageant, I believe 3 or 4 times before she won, you guys, because the pageant industry, and I'm not talking too negative about it because I'm competing in it too, but it can bring out a lot of insecurity in women because it really does. I'm not even gonna lie, because I remember when I used to start out in pageantry, it did, at times make me feel beat down and feel insecure to the point where I've learned who I am now. And now I'm just like, I don't care what you guys think about me. This is take me or leave me. But when I was younger and as a a high schooler growing up, and they would, oh my gosh, they would say like, certain things in the interviews, or you would get your feedback from them, and you like Chesley's talking about the certain expectations of what they want you to look like, height, weight, your figure. It can build in a lot of these girls insecurity. A lot of girls go through a lot of insecurity, and I believe Chesley was dealing with a lot of insecurity because of the things that she faced in the pageant world, and then now being thrust into an entertainment industry that is all about the same things and the same external expectations and age and all that stuff. So that's another factor we have to take into the equation, is that Chesley, battled these insecurities. And she pursued a lot of these acclimates too to help cover up that insecurity, to help her feel validated. Everything that she accomplished, in her mind, she believed that if I just accomplish this one thing, I'm going to feel validated or I'm going to feel good. But she noticed each thing that she accomplished, she thirsted for more and more and more accomplishments because she realized she continued to feel empty. And this is her words. I'm not even actually making any inferences. She says this in the article. Let's see. My challenge is that as a quote, certainly cover the attention of trolls. Oh, then, okay, so then you guys have to listen to this. And we talked about this before. Remember, Chesley's not going to directly come and tell you that she was distressed and depressed. So we can't, just because she didn't say it, you have to notice when people talk about something, it's something that affected them. No one usually talks about stuff unless they feel that it affected them in some way. That's what I've noticed from different people. And Chesley talks a lot about this because it's something that deeply hurt her. She said, my challenge, I feel like this whole article right now is just giving us everything of what happened to Chesley. It really is. But she's saying, my challenge of the status quo certainly caught the attention of the trolls. And I can't tell you how many times I have deleted comments on my social media pages that had vomit emojis, insults telling me I wasn't pretty enough to be Miss USA, or that my muscular build was actually a man body. Now, these comments from the trolls only reinforce the insecurities that she felt competing in pageantries that had the same expectations of her throughout her pageant career. You notice that? She talks about how the pageant world, they didn't really care for the six-pack ab frame, and her height was a little shorter than the other queens and different looks. And then now you have these trolls bringing out the insecurities that she already battled as, during pageantry and told she wasn't good enough. She had to compete 3 or 4 times to get the Miss North Carolina title. And then she feels like, okay, I've overcome that insecurity. But then now trolls come in and remind her of the same insecurities that she dealt with all those other times she tried to compete for the titles. You notice that? So Chesley was dealing with an underlying insecurity, and it's hard to believe because you just think this woman had it all on the outside, but you could be Whitney Houston, one of the most beautiful, amazing singers out there. She battles insecurity with her voice. So you cannot assume that just because someone has beauty and talent and all these things, that they're just on top of the world. Chesley was battling a lot of insecurity, and it was reinforced by the trolls and by the expectation of the pageant world. Basically telling her that she didn't fit that outer appearance that they embraced. And that caused a lot of insecurity in Chesley, making her feel like she wasn't pretty enough, that she didn't have the right body, that she wasn't tall enough, that her hair was just too big, or it wasn't considered beautiful. And even though, yes, on the outside, she showed that she embraced her hair, embraced all those things, it still also carried a weight of insecurity that she carried on in her life, because she was constantly reminded by trolls and other people who bullied her that it wasn't good enough. So this article is so powerful, and I want you guys to take time to read it again. But if you read it, it's Chesley telling us what happened, because it's basically the stuff she really, truly never healed from. Women who are supposed to do their own opinions. Okay. Let's see. There was one part that someone brought out before that I thought was very powerful. Trying to find it really quick. Okay. Now I enter. This is a powerful quote here, you guys. Now I enter year 30. It sounds like this. The reason why it's a powerful quote, and before I get into this quote, because it sounds like a very positive quote if you don't look into it deeply. If you just look at it for face value, you're like, oh, okay, this sounds like she ended really positive on a positive. But that's not really what was going on here. So she says, now I enter year 30, searching for joy and purpose on my own terms. And that felt like my own sweet victory. It sounds positive, but what's very sad in this statement is searching for joy and purpose, which means she didn't feel joy associated with being 30, and she didn't feel like she knew her purpose at that age. So I believe that to me was a sad, and then you correlate that with the April 30th post where she has a caption saying, "You only turn 30 once, all downhill from there." That right there, just that to me right there reinforced everything that this Allure article is saying, and that she truly did not embrace turning 30 at all and took it very, very hard. This whole article. So you guys need to read this article. This article to me really just is like she's speaking to us right now in the article. Yes, sleep is so important. Exactly. You guys are on point in here. It is okay to take a time and cut in life so you can tune into God. Exactly. Just take time. I'm a type. Okay, let's see. Somebody said there's a type A. So class assignment. I'm a type A getting the 4th degree. Girl, what? PhD and have achieved a lot. School, home, sleep, eat, repeat. I had to relearn to prioritize myself during the pandemic. I slowed down some and it's the best change. Exactly, class assignment. You really can shed light and share with us, how did it affect you when, you know, you're constantly achieving all these things? Did it cause you to feel exhausted? But it looks like you have a balance. You said you've learned to incorporate sleep, you know, and balance in your life. So maybe, but you can share with us, did you feel like, you know, accomplishing all these things, did it cause you to feel mental anguish or exhaustion? Class assignment, if you're still here. I remember one time about 7 years ago, was really sick with the flu, and I believe I just couldn't get a good night's rest for a couple of weeks. That played with my mind and I felt like I was going insane. Exactly, Angela. Exactly. All right, guys, so we're going to close out. We've already been on here for like 5 hours, I feel like. I'm gonna just show this one last time before I close out, because I think people came in late and you guys can look for him yourself. But here is the boyfriend that Chesley was dating, that she was with him between the years of 2017 and they broke up August 2019. His name is Peyton Barker. You can look him up on Facebook. He does still have the photos of Chesley up. And I'm sorry, guys, if this is redundant. I just wanted to, I know people came in late, so I just wanted to just show him one last time so you guys can have a chance to search for him on your Facebook and possibly, you know, get an understanding of the person that she was with. But this was the person that she truly loved. I mean, she knew him since she was 14 years old. Pretty much, he's just as accomplished as she was educational wise, and had a really good job as a director, sales executive at his job. And you can see April Simpkins, the mom, was on board. She's in the comments, too cute, my favorite couple. There's Chesley Kryst comment saying, love you there. And there's Gary Simpkins as well. He's on board. So this was the love of her life. This was the one guy, you know. It truly led to the heartbreak. So that's really all for tonight, you guys. I know, Dinah, I can't imagine his grief and regret. Imagine. Oh my gosh. I know, it just, doesn't it put things in perspective, Angela, when you actually could see the person? Yeah, weren't they a cute couple? They were gorgeous. They would have been a power couple. They both have MBAs too. Also depressing if he cheated her out. I know. I have no idea. We should keep looking though. He's not, of course, because he's too hurt, you know. He's too in so much despair, Phyllis. I think this is too much for him to bear. I mean, look at the funeral. Sorry, guys. Look at the funeral. The siblings I feel like they felt so much pain. That's why I felt like the only strong person that could have the strength to talk was April Simpkins. Thanks so much. What else is Sherry for this? Oh, yeah, no problem, Ron. God bless you, Ron. Wish you all the blessings. Yeah, he might talk. There's actually a lady online that's trying to get him to talk. So if she does, I'll just put a link in there. If he actually comes out and talks, I will make sure you guys get the information. I will do a live, and I will post it if he actually talks. But I don't think he's going to be talking for. Honestly, guys, I don't think he's going to talk. I think this is just too painful. And he probably is dealing with regret too. Lots of regret. because I believe she was the love of his life too. Imagine you known this guy since you're 14 years old, you guys. That is a deep connection. Even if they got together and, you know, for 2 years, they have known each other pretty much most of their youth and their, you know, as teens. How about the roommate, Phyllis? Are you talking about Miss Universe? Yeah, she talked. If you go to her, or Miss Universe 2019, she's talked on her Instagram. I don't know how to pronounce her name, so if you guys know her name, put her name in the chat. Yeah, I know, Angela. I can't. I'm just gonna be praying. Guys, pray for Peyton, please. I lost someone in a similar way. Oh, you did? Ilan messed up 15 years later, so yeah, he's probably, yeah. I'm sorry. I can't pronounce your name, Ilan. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. The roommate may have pushed. No, there was no roommate though, Phyllis. She lived by herself at the time. She had a roommate when she was Miss USA. That's half her life, more than half. Exactly, Angela. That's why I feel it was more traumatic. This is not like a typical breakup. That's why, and I also just can infer that this was the love of her life. I really do believe that. And you guys, if you go back to my videos that I've done, I posted an interview where she talks about him. And during that interview, it was in May 2019 when she just won Miss USA. And she just talked about how, you know, he truly was someone she really loved, you know, and that at that time they'd been together for a year and a half. And she just, you could see in that video, she lit up. I think it was like a Grio, Grio. That's the name of the YouTube that had the interview on there, Grio. And she talked a little bit towards the end of the interview about him, and just watching that, it just seemed she really loved him. She was talking to just, you know, about, you know, her relationship with him, but she seemed very happy with him, like really happy. And yeah, she wasn't pushed, Phyllis. This was definitely a self-conclusion, sadly. Online, of course, not in person. So sad. Yeah, they have the camera footage. Yep, exactly, April. They do, April. I'm telling you, just this is a sensitive situation, so we're not going to see the video. They're not going to release that, and it's for the sensitivity of the family. Just like the situation, for example, I talked about before, Kobe Bryant. They weren't going to release his photos and all that to the public. They kept that private. That's why they're not going to release this footage. It's too emotional for the family, and people just think because they don't see something that it didn't happen. They have the video footage. I'm telling you, when they did the investigation, they pulled that video footage. That's why they know what happened, exactly what happened in this situation. But unfortunately, because this is a devastating and traumatic situation for the family, we're not going to see it. And like I said before in my other video, Chesley is a fighter. I posted links in my other videos of her personality, and she is a fighter. If this was a situation she didn't want to happen, believe me, the house would have been in disarray. We know that's not the case. The house was pristine when they went in there. She would have been fighting in the house, that number one. Then when she went up there, they would have saw a struggle, which nobody, no witnesses, nothing is not on camera that she was a struggle. So, I mean, people keep bringing this up as if it's really there. I get it that people don't want to believe because it's understandable given the social media and what a positive, bubbly person Chesley was. But that's why you really have to sit and study. That's why we're doing these videos and we're going through this together, because it helps to look at the deep layers. It's not something you'll see on the surface. You're never going to see on, you know, the surface what really was going on. And if you look on just the surface, you're never going to be able to really understand what was really going on. And again, we're never going to have the complete answers, but this is the only things we can do is just create inferences from what she actually said in her own statements. I'm thinking he might eventually speak out. You think so? I hope you're right, Elin, but I don't think so. I really don't. But we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. Did she have friends on 29th floor? No. They haven't heard anything about that. No, she didn't have no. No, the only reason why she went on the 29th floor, because that was where the is that called the terrace, you guys? That's the only place where she could have did the jump, because the next place would have been at the rooftop, and they don't have access to that. That was the only place she could do it. So there really wasn't. I mean, it's ironic that it was 29 because of the number, but that the 29th floor was the place where the terrace was, where she could possibly do what she did. There was no other floor she could have done it. If you guys have a chance to visit New York, I do want to encourage you, if you guys ever get on a vacation, you really want to study this whole thing, to go to the Orion. It will give you all your answers, because you'll be able to see the makeup of that place. You'll be able to physically see the video camera footages and go to each of the floors, and you will be able to go up to where, sadly, I don't, but if you could see it for yourself, some people who are still struggling with it, it would at least help you get closure for those people who are still struggling with it. Because some people still believe what they believe, which is understandable. But if you still feel like you need to understand, I encourage you, you're going to have to go to Manhattan, New York, and go to the Orion yourself and visit. And I'm telling you, those officers looked at the camera footages. There is no way that they would not have done that. And the thing is, Chesley was very familiar with the 29th floor. She'd done videos on that floor right near, sadly, it's so sad and eerie, but she did videos on that floor before. So she was very, very familiar with it. As sad as it is. So this was all thought out. To think about it always makes me think of those that jump. Yeah, I know. And the sad part, we talked about this before, that somebody else had jumped in New York, near that same kind of proximity in that area. Not in the Orion, I just want to make sure to emphasize that, but it was, close near, but somebody else had. So it shows the depression associated with New York. There's just a lot of depression. There's hair blowing video of her. Yep, exactly, Dinah. Yeah, you guys need to go to her. It's on her TikTok. And she is on the 29th floor in that one where her hair is blowing. And there's a couple I've seen too on there where she's on the 29th floor. So she's very familiar. She thought about this, you guys. She knew exactly what she was intending to do. This was all thought out. And this is the type of personality that she has, is to analyze, think, plan, research. Yeah, and they're on YouTube, Angela, you're right. There's actually someone that does an empty tour of an apartment of an Orion. I wish that person who did that tour would have showed us the hallways and, where the cameras were. I wish he would have went on the elevator. I wish he would have took us to the 29th floor, but he didn't go that deep. He just kind of did a tour of what apartment Chesley would have lived in, but I don't know. Hopefully somebody else will do a video on who lives in New York, because that would be a good thing for people who are still struggling to understand. She says she moved to the apartment in October on TikTok. Yeah, she did. She definitely did. But she seemed to be very fascinated with that 29th floor. I mean, she liked to do videos up there and pictures and TikToks. So that's why, I just feel there's something she did think about and plan out. It was more like a condo because she owned it. Yeah, I think she owned it, Donna. You're right. I mean, that's what the sources are saying. Sources are saying, and I sent you guys a video of this where the source is saying she owned her apartment, they said, and it was a few $100,000. I don't know if that source is accurate, because it wasn't like a Sun, the Sun or the New York Times or one of those credible sources. But I still shared it, so we'll see. You guys can even Google it. They said she was making $300,000 a year. But the reason why I just feel like the numbers didn't add up, because then they said she was making $50,000 a month. And if you add that up, it's like $600,000 a year. So I was like, I don't know what their numbers are. But you're right, Angela, the enemy, he got into her head. He did. It was a lot of spiritual warfare. And yes, she was a woman of God, but it's just an example to Christians that you need to be prayed up, and you need to recognize the voices, the Lord's voice. Because remember, here's how you can distinguish. The enemy comes to kill, steal, and destroy. So if the thoughts in your head are giving you torment, it's causing you, encouraging you to think of self-conclusions and hopelessness and despair, that's the enemy speaking to you. And when you hear that voice, you need to attack that through your prayer. That's why you got to read the word, because you got to have your scriptures ready when that spirit tries to come, and speak against that and cast those thoughts out. That's how you address it. When you cast the thoughts out, you say, I loose, self-conclusion spirit. I loose hopelessness. I loose this off of my mind, and I bind hope. I bind peace. I bind joy. I bind purpose to my life. That's what you pray that against that, because the word of God tells you exactly how to hear the voices. He says, the thief comes to kill, steal, and destroy, but God comes that you may have life and life more abundantly. So if you hear God's voice, you're going to feel peace. You're going to feel hope. You're going to feel joy. You're going to feel happiness. So that's how you can really distinguish what voice is in your mind and be able to direct it and be able to, attack it if it's not if it's contrary to the word of God and the voice of God. Yeah, Veronica. But you know what? It would be helpful if you guys ever get a vacation and you really want to study this whole situation to go to New York and go to the Orion. And like, you're going to have to be prayed up because it will be a very emotional experience for you when you have to go up to that, 29th floor and look at everything. But if there's some of you out there that still are struggling with the whole situation, it will really help you to go there and look at it for yourself. The only reason why we're not going to get that camera footage is because out of respect and empathy for the family. I mean, if it was your family member, would you want the video footage of your family member to be released for the whole world to see? No. So the word of God says to treat others how you want to be treated. So we have to treat Chesley's family. This family is suffering more than I have really seen ever. Like, they're really in deep agony and pain, and it'll just exacerbate this worse by putting this on camera. And we got little boys or little brothers that are not even fully developed, and you got this on social media and releasing it just because people want to satisfy their selfishness, because that's what it is selfishness. They're saying, well, show me the video and then I'll believe. No. Sometimes you got to use your common sense and really put everything together to know that this was deeper, that Chesley had been going through these mental health issues for many, many years. And that's why she spoke out about it. That's why she kept, trying to give us different ways of coping, because she was battling with it and she was trying really hard. She did fight at one point to try to overcome it. That's why she did therapy. That's why she, said she set the schedule. And that's why she kept saying that she would turn her phone off at certain times and not answer her phone. She tried. And then she just grew tired. And then the age thing added and all the other pressures that we talked about. And if you want to hear that, go over the videos. But it became too much for her and she stopped fighting. And she gave in to the voice. She gave in to the enemy's voice. And she gave in to him so much that even her colors, she wore the colors that confirmed the pain and agony and depression and grief and mourning and death and all that stuff that color black is associated to, all the way to the point where she wore black on the very final day. It's so consistent, you guys. It's so consistent. And this is a sad example of how the enemy comes in and he takes even God's children. And the people think, oh, well, if you're Christian, you're invincible. No, look at Job. Job is an example. He was a man of God, loved the Lord. And we talked about this before. We got to read his story. You got to read his life. And it is a depiction. These stories go together. There's a story of one person who was, dealing with the enemy and the spiritual warfare, Job, and he made a different choice. He chose to, fight against the voices. He chose to fight and he chose to live. And they kept telling him, choose. They said, curse God and die. And then we have another woman of God, same thing, tormented by the enemy. And she chose the path of self-conclusion. So that's what I'm saying. You guys have the choice. It's your choice to choose your destiny. It's your choice to choose your path in this world. The Lord is there and he loves all of us, but he still gives you a choice. Right, Dinah, you named them all. Job, David, Jeremiah, all of them are examples to us as Christians. This is a big, lesson for Christians out there that think that they're, invincible, and just because they love the Lord, they won't go through hardship. That's not true. Just because you love the Lord, you go through even more hardship, because you see how the enemy works with even Job. He loves, even with Jesus, he tried to test Jesus. Dinah, you just said it. Even Jesus had his moments. Remember when he did it's getting late, so I gotta go. Remember when he did the 40 days and 40 nights, and then Satan came in and tried to test him too? Jesus, supposed to be the most perfect person in the whole world. So Satan, what he loves going after the Christians. He loves going after those people that say they love God. That's why you got to always be prayed up, and it is your decision which path you're going to choose. Are you going to be Job? Or are you going to choose another? Or are you going to choose, death and destruction? It's your choice. You could live there in her family after that. Yes. Yes, true, April. We don't know what she was going through. This, the divorce is really hard, especially family divides and getting that internal pressure of choosing what family member, what parent are you side you're going to choose. I think Chesley chose her mom's side. I believe, in my opinion, the other sister chose dad. In my opinion, and the reason why I feel she felt that is because maybe she felt some underlying rejection from her mom, because she saw that her and Chesley, April and Chesley, had a stronger bond, and maybe she felt, even though, okay, and I'm not saying that the older sister doesn't have a relationship with her mom, she does, but I still feel that there could have been some underlying rejection that she felt, because it's very apparent that April vocally advocates and says that Chesley was her best friend. I mean, any other child would feel like they're left out. Seen some Christian channels judging her decision, and to me, not about Job. Yeah, nobody's really judging her as a Christian. We have no right to judge her or anyone, because none of us is perfect. God said, whoever has sinned, cast the first stone. So I'm not here to judge anyone. I'm not saying nothing Chesley did, nothing, because I have my own sins, my own issues. So I'm not judging her. We're just using this to assess what could have been going on with Chesley. That's all. And God would want us to learn, from this, because at the end of the day, if we learn from this is what Chesley would want. I'm telling you, I guarantee you, when Chesley did what she did, she probably regretted it and wished she didn't do it. I really believe that. As she was doing what she did, I really believe she probably wished she could undo what she did. So I believe if she was here speaking to us, she would tell us the same words, that you guys have a choice, fight for your life, get that mental health check, balance your life out, do the career that you love, don't chase society's expectations, but chase your own. I believe that you would really, really, really make Chesley happy if you really want to truly make her legacy live on, and really make her voice heard. It would truly make Chesley happy to see you live a victorious life, a balanced life. She would want you to have a balanced life. She would, if she was alive today, she would tell you, slow down. She told her coworker, this is why I know she would say this to you, because she told her coworker on Extra, there's a video out there from the Extra correspondent, who says, and Chesley told him, when he was working too long, she said, you need to slow down. It happened to me. I had a nervous breakdown. I ended up in the hospital. And that's why I knew that this was something that had a significant impact on her. And so she's telling us the same thing. Look what happened to me. Slow down. Love yourself. Don't embrace what society wants from you. Find your destiny. Find what makes you happy. That's what Chesley would tell you. I really believe that, just based on all of the things that she said in her articles and what she said to her coworker and other people. So I am not judging her at all. I want to make that very clear, because I am a sinner too. I love the Lord with all my heart, but I wake up and have my attitudes here and there too. There is nothing that I would say to judge what she did, because if anything, this is what I feel. If anything, I feel deep empathy and pain for her. And I wish that any of us, I wish I could have been there to hold her and tell her what a wonderful woman that she was, and that she was good enough, and that she was, beautiful enough, and that she was enough, that she is fierce, powerful, and that she is enough. I feel nothing but empathy for Chesley. That's all I feel. But I don't judge what she's did. I don't feel that, it is my place at all. Who am I? I have my own issues. So I think people are getting that wrong, to think that some of the people got in my chat saying, oh, well, you're saying that, she's not a good Christian. I didn't say that. She was a woman of God. I know that she was a woman of God, and that really meant a lot to her, but I'm just saying the enemy tormented poor Chesley. Poor Chesley went through a lot of mental anguish and pain and agony, to the point where it drove her, to this decision. And it's a sad tragedy. It makes me more, for anything, I feel sadness and empathy and pain for her, that has caused me to have, cry at night and pray for her, and, pray that God is just giving her peace and her family peace. But I just want to make that really clear. I'm sorry that I talked a lot about that, but people keep misconceiving what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything about her being a bad Christian or anything. I would never ever say that at all, because that would be out of place, and I would not be pleasing God, and God would punish me for judging her. Because if you judge someone else, the same measure of judgment you put on someone else, God will put that same measure onto you. So the last thing I will do. The only thing I feel so sad for this beautiful woman. My heart is so broke for her. Man, I just wish that God would have not let her win USA, and she could have stayed in North Carolina. And this is what I wish this picture would have been manifested, and she would have had a ring on her, that finger right there where that left hand is. I wish the ring would have been there and the little kids, and she would have still been here. That's what I wish. But that's my opinion, you guys. I wish you guys all the love and happiness. And hey, guys, I just want you guys to put in the chat what videos you guys want, what research you guys want. And I'm here for you guys. So just let me know whatever you guys want to learn, or you guys want to just have an open discussion. We can do open lives just to chat about stuff or do research together. Just let me know what you guys want to do, and I will do it, because I love talking to you guys. You guys are truly amazing, amazing group of people. She would have been a great mom, Angela. You're right. She would have been awesome. I would have loved to see her with her cute kids. And they would have had, guys, imagine they would have had her beautiful hair. She would have had the little natural hair kids walking around with the curls, rocking the curls. Oh my God, they would have been just a cute family. All right, guys, but I want to wish you guys a good night. I'm going to close out the live. I love all of you guys with all my heart. Thank you guys for being up late with me and helping me cope through this. You guys have really been a great help. Oh, let me read one last comment. Ellen, you say, yes, I learned that when my boyfriend did same. So important to respect her. Thanks so much, Queen. Oh, love you, Ellen. Her kids. Oh my gosh, the kids. I know. Imagine, Angela, what if they all had the cute big hair with the curls? They would have been so cute, the whole family with their cute little curls. And she would do tutorials on YouTube about how to curl your kids' natural hair. That would have been so cute. Man. All right, guys. But good night. Thank you for staying this long up with me. You guys know I talk too much. You know, I'll be on here all night if I could. But good night, guys. I love you guys. Thank you for helping me tonight and being patient with me and trying to understand that I'm not trying to judge her or her family. We're just trying to, you know, really get into talk to Chesley. Basically, spiritually, we're really talking to Chesley, because I feel like her article and her interviews really is her speaking to her through her videos. And so I thank you guys for sitting and being patient with me and trying to understand and give your wonderful wisdom, because you guys are giving wisdom too. You guys are giving your input, and then it's creating this big picture. So thanks, guys. I love y'all. And I'm praying blessings on you guys. And I will be praying for you guys. Kevin, you're going to be in my prayer closet. I'm praying for you. Grace, Angela, Ellen, Ron, Veronica, all of you guys. So love you guys. Good night.